Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, privilege. Resume consideration of a privilege motion standing in the name of Mr. Scheer, alleged failure to produce documents pertaining to Sustainable Development Technology Canada. Resuming debate on the amendment of Monsieur Berthold.
Debate of the Honourable Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just to refresh the House, this debate has been going on for a couple of days now, and it might be helpful to return to Mr. Berthold's motion, which we are debating today. I'm just going to reread the motion. That the government's failure of fully providing documents as ordered by the House on June the 10th, 2024, be hereby referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, provided that it be an instruction to the committee, A, that the following witnesses be ordered to appear before the committee separately for 2 hours each. 1, the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry. 2, the Clerk of the Privy Council. 3, the Auditor General of Canada. 4, the Commissioner of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. 5, the Deputy Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada. 6, the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Counsel of the House of Commons. 7, the Acting President of Sustainable Development Technology Canada. 8, a panel consisting of the Board of Sustainable Development Technology in Canada. And D, that it report back to the House no later than Friday, November the 22nd, 2024. We are now debating that motion. Madam Speaker, this motion arose and is being discussed because of some underlying circumstances which I thought I would deal with first, and I'll return to procedural matters and the motion of privilege itself and the merits of the motion of privilege a bit later on in my remarks. But I thought I would start by dealing with the underlying issue, of course, is that STDC, Sustainable Technology Development Canada, was found to be egregiously in breach of its mandate on a level that makes even the sponsorship scandal under the Chrétien Liberals look like it was merely dealing with sort of piggy bank stuff. The numbers of millions of dollars that have been reported by the Auditor General to have been allocated in a way that is a clear violation of basic conflict of interest rules, as well as rules of the internal rules for disbursements that STDC had, are really quite striking. But there's an element that actually was also raised by the Auditor General that has not been discussed, and I do want to spend the first part of my remarks talking about this. I think it's actually very important. In addition to the fact that members of the board of STDC were arranging to transfer contracts to their own companies in which they had an interest, in which they were shareholders, in some cases of which they were actually primary officers. In addition to that, there is the fact that the results produced by these contracts were spectacularly unimpressive in terms of the actual stated goal, which is to reduce Canada's greenhouse gas emissions. The Auditor General, in a part of the report that seems never to be quoted for some reason, the Auditor General said the following. I should explain, the Auditor General could not look at all of the projects, all of the contracts, so what the Auditor General did instead was to take a representative sample of 18 completed projects. And she stated the following in her report, quote, "We found that in 12 out of 18 completed projects in our sample, the projected reduction of greenhouse gas emissions were, on average, half of what was presented at the time the project proposals were assessed," end quote. So this raises the, I think, very important point that it may very well be the case that one of the reasons for this really extraordinarily poor level of delivery of performance is the way in which these contracts were allocated and who they were allocated to, the criteria that were looked at, which may have been enforced in a very lax manner, because the real purpose of giving out these contracts may well have been to provide income to those who were in fact involved in bidding for those contracts. This is a profound, of course, conflict of interest. But one of the things that you see over and over again when you're dealing with conflicts of interest in general is the phenomenon that it's not just that money gets transferred to people to whom it shouldn't be transferred, it's that the end results on which the money has been spent are spectacularly bad. This, in fact, is the whole reason for avoiding conflicts of interest. If people simply handing money to themselves produced spectacular results, we would have no reason to object. But that never happens. It didn't happen in sponsorship, and it appears, from what the Auditor General was able to discover, that it didn't happen here. Was that 18%, or that 18 sample set a representative sample? We can't be 100% certain. That is, of course, one of the things that will be determined when that impressive list of witnesses comes before the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. We would, for example, be able to ask the Auditor General whether she believes that sample is genuinely representative. Are they unusually good or unusually bad as compared to the rest? I suspect they're representative, but she could confirm that. That's pretty important information to have. I do want to point out that the government itself clearly thought that this is an issue, although they won't actually admit it, because on June the 4th, the STDC program, it was announced that it would be shut down by the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry. Now, they did make an attempt to say that nonetheless it had impressive results, but they had a spokesman, Jane Marie Bennigan, say as follows: with respect to the stewardship of public funds, SDTC has strong monitoring processes in place to ensure that every project, every dollar, I love that, every dollar, is accounted for and has been correctly dispersed to the innovative clean tech projects and technologies that Canada needs to succeed in the new economy. That end quote. That, of course, is obviously on the ground not true, and the project wouldn't have been cancelled if the government thought that. But at any rate, that's what they said. You know, I have to stop and point out just how meaningless this whole exercise would have been even if these were successful. Because Canada's greenhouse gas emissions are not primarily caused by air traffic, by road traffic, by people using old-fashioned, non-electric gas-burning vehicles, by heating their houses with oil, or, as is the case with many people in my constituency in rural Ontario, with wood. These are small compared to the amount of wood that was destroyed by fires in this country, fires that, while to some degree caused by the sources that the government always points to when responding to questions about the fires, these fires were also largely caused and were greatly exacerbated in terms of the amount of carbon put in the atmosphere by bad forestry practices and bad forest fire management, and those are responsibilities of governments, to some degree provincial governments, to some degree the federal government. The 2023 fires that raged across this country and that turned skies orange in places as far away as New York City and the state of Maryland. These fires consumed 184,961 square kilometers. I'm not quite sure how the estimate I have here was that precise, but 184,900 square kilometers for rounding. That's 18.5 million hectares. It is 5% of Canada's entire forest cover. And to give some perspective, Canada is the country which has retained the largest percentage of its forest cover in the entire world. Less than half is being logged, but 5% was vaporized in a single year. This put 3 billion tons of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, obviously many, many times the amount that this program through SSTDC would have mitigated, many, 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 many multiples. In fact, 3 billion tons of carbon dioxide is equivalent to 4 times global emissions from all aviation worldwide, all aviation. It is, well, look, our greenhouse gas emissions from other sources, all the stuff we're trying to vaporize the economy to stop or to reduce, to mitigate. Well, that's excellent mitigation right there, you know. If we would just turn the lights off in the House of Commons, right there, we could probably save reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. So well done. Madam Speaker, our greenhouse gas emissions from other sources were 708 million tons, or 708 megatons, which, just to be clear, 708 versus million versus 3 billion, right? We became the world's third largest greenhouse gas emitter in that year, and put out more than the whole nation would do in this entire decade as a result of those fires. And that was largely, and just that's 10% of overall world emissions, 10%, which were 39.0 gigatons in 2023. This is data, by the way, from the Emissions Database for Global Atmospheric Research, or EDGAR, a well-respected source which even the Liberals cannot accuse of being somehow a front for, I don't know, the groups that they like to accuse of being climate denialists. Look, I'm not saying that government's responsible for all of this. I'm just saying they're responsible for some of it. There's no doubt that the mountain pine beetle destroying forests, turning them into tinder, was a significant, highly burnable potential tinder, was a colossal feature of this. And the fact that climate change has caused temperatures to rise sufficiently in mountain passes that the mountain pine beetle could cross the mountain passes that were seen previously as being an impenetrable barrier is unquestionably at the root of a substantial amount of the forest fires, at least in the western part of the country. But bad forestry practices were also a source of this. Allowing forest tinder to burn up, not building fire breaks in advance, not anticipating, led to colossal fires. And it is not as if this is the first time, as if we could not have learned from the examples of previous fires. I note that the fires of Yellowstone, the extraordinarily well-publicized fires of Yellowstone in 1988, which is a lifetime ago, those fires burned 3,200 square kilometers. The reports that came out afterwards indicated that the wrong kind of forestry practice, excessive fire suppression, which led to a buildup of tinder, which then meant when a fire would occur, it would be far greater in extent and scope, and far more damaging. Those fires took place, as I say, in 1988. Those lessons have been well recorded for decades. The lessons were not taken note of. They were not taken note of, for example, in the lead up to the devastating Jasper fire earlier this year, which, as we know, that the fact that these conditions were in danger of being replicated were noted as early as 2017. And obviously that gives 7 years of lead time in which the government could have done something. That fire put much less carbon into the atmosphere than the ones a couple of years back, but the fact is that bad forestry management, and this time bad forestry management in a national park, which is exclusively federal jurisdiction, so they can't go and blame the premiers. This resulted in a disaster, and this is after those fires, so the government literally learned nothing. We became the world's #3 greenhouse gas emitter. We put more carbon into the atmosphere than global airplane emissions for 4 years, 10% of all emissions, and we learned nothing because this government is fixated on one particular solution, which in fact will only nibble at the edges of the problem. while ignoring this colossal other issue. I had the experience of seeing this kind of danger myself a few years back. I used to live in Australia, and in 2003, the Australian Capital Territory, which is mostly forested wilderness, alpine wilderness, very beautiful, was struck by fires which raged January 18th through 22nd, 2003. They destroyed nearly 70% of the Australian Capital Territory's pastures, pine plantations, and nature parks. Now, I wasn't there when it happened, but I was in one of those nature parks. When I lived in Australia, I was dating a girl who lived in Canberra, the capital of Australia, and we would go out. Our recreation was to go on nature walks, bush walking they call it in Australia, in the forest preserves around Canberra, which were very, very beautiful fires. But at any rate, I remember going to the Tidbinbilla Reserve in the hills around Canberra in January of 1999, so 4 years before these devastating fires. And getting to the front entrance to that park, there'd been a dry spell, and there's an entrance you have to go through, the gravel road, and the park ranger at the entrance had parked her car to block that road, facing in the wrong direction away, facing out from the park. And she said, the park is closed because there's such a fire hazard. And the reason for the fire hazard is that it's forest fire season. Forest fires are quite common in Australia. I had, on a previous occasion, been able to get to my home because my whole neighborhood was affected by a fire and was shut down. I had to spend the night in a McDonald's. At any rate, on this particular occasion, she said, there's been no fires here since 1939. And the total fire suppression approach has led to, at that point, 60 years of detritus, debris building up, which means that if there is a fire, it will be extraordinarily severe and fast-moving. She said, in the event there's a fire, I have to run to my car and hope that I can drive out faster than the fire is moving, and that's why my car is parked facing away. A few years later, when they had these fires, there was another set of fires, even more devastating, in the outskirts of Melbourne. And people were burned alive in their cars as they tried to escape from the fires. So she was quite right to be thinking this way. My point about this is knowledge that is widespread, widely known, and if the right things are done, the damage can be controlled by the government. This government did nothing to control any of this. The result is that they are partly responsible for these massive carbon emissions, and this far outweighs the amount that they were ever hoping to reduce in carbon emissions through this program. And as we discover, these programs were on average producing half the benefit that was recorded. Additionally, and now I come to the reason we're dealing with all of this, additionally, there were a series of abuses of process that arose because this is such a badly designed program. And those abuses resulted in a motion produced in committee and then sent to this House, which it concurred in this, to produce a full findings, full reporting of a series of documents for the intention of taking them, having them go to the clerk, sorry, not to the clerk, to the to our legal counsel, who would then pass them on to the RCMP. What the government did was to withhold some entirely, to take other documents and redact them severely, and then to come back and lecture us when confronted about this. And one has to read the Government House Leader's report to believe it, to lecture us that the fundamental parliamentary privilege of summoning all and any documents should not be allowed to happen when it might be used in some way that interferes, in the government's opinion, with some worthwhile objective in the government's opinion. Effectively, to have us read our privileges in this matter as being extraordinarily narrow. And I know I've got just a few seconds left, Madam Speaker. I'll just add that the House Leader came and made this claim to us after, not during the debate, but afterwards, which is itself an outrage for reasons that will not seem obvious to someone who's not deeply imbued in parliamentary procedure, but it is an extraordinary thing to say. She was rightly chastised by the Speaker when he made his ruling, saying that we should, there's a prima facie case and we should have this debate. I thank him for that, and I thank all the members who've been participating in this debate. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
And the Honourable Member for Nepean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I was actually looking forward to this speech by this member. In my view, he has got much better knowledge on the constitutional aspects and the knowledge of how the House of Commons should operate. However, I was surprised to find that bulk of his speech was, portion of it was about STDC itself, and quite a large portion of his speech was about the fight storms. I did gain some knowledge from his observation on the fight storm. I would like to ask this member that he obviously knows that under our system of government, the legislative, the judiciary and the executive have got their own responsibilities and powers. And if RCMP has written to law clerk of the House of Commons that they can't use these documents for their investigation. So I would like to ask the member whether anything prevents RCMP from getting any records on its own through any proper legal process.
Honourable Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you. I think two issues have been conflated here. The separation of the executive, judiciary, and legislative functions, which is less formalized here than it is under the United States Constitution. People often regard these as being much more systematic silos here than they actually are. What I think really is going on here is, to the extent it's legitimate, is an issue about what we would call the sub judice convention. The idea that when a matter is before the courts, it ought not to be discussed here. That's a convention. It's not a hard and fast rule of law. None of this stuff is actually before the courts now, before the courts yet. The RCMP might choose to lay charges at some point. But the thing about this right now is that what the motion calls for is for these documents to be submitted to the House of Commons, not for the purpose of making them public, but for the purpose of having them go directly to the law clerk. And in the hands of the law clerk, there would be about, I believe it's 30 days, the motion states, for the law clerk to go through them and determine what should be released to the RCMP. The RCMP would be in a position to cooperate with the law clerk to confirm, yes, this should be excluded, no, that should not, based upon the investigatory parameters that they're going to face and the restrictions that might be placed on wrongly obtained evidence being used in a trial. That can only happen if the materials are submitted. Withholding them is depriving the law clerk of his ability to do his job and of the RCMP of the ability to do its job. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Joliette.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech. Now, let's go back in time to 2005. Sheila Fraser, who was Auditor General at the time, published a really damning report about foundations. A dozen or so had been created by the Liberals at the end of the 90s and early 2000s. In 2005, Fraser observed that $9 billion had been transferred to those foundations between 1998 and 2002. That's $17 billion in today's dollars. And she observed that the government seemed to have no control over those foundations. Should the government not have reacted at that time and put an end to that sort of foundation with no oversight, which has public money? That's a very good question, Madam Speaker. These foundations are a beast of government or quasi-government. They exist in the United Kingdom. It's called Quango.
Government organization, I think. I've got that, sort of. Et les mêmes problèmes.
And the same problems occurred in the United Kingdom as the problems we experienced here. Here is what I think. In the United Kingdom, changes were made to improve some problems with Quango, and that could be a good model, a good example for us.
Thank you, and I thank my honourable colleague from Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston for his very thoughtful words. I want and address he's identified for us something without putting a label on it, so I want to ask him about the label. That, yes, my quick reference, and I'm not quibbling with him because it's a massive amount of greenhouse gases emitted from the fires that occurred in Canada in 2023. The figure I found from NASA was 640 million metric tons. And he's right, it outstrips that of an industrialized country for a year. And he's quite right that the mountain pine beetle epidemic was brought about by warming winters, which meant we no longer got the cold snap that stopped the pine beetle. British Columbia lost an area of forest 2 times the size of Sweden, which ironically is what led a person pretty much known as a right-wing premier, Gordon Campbell at the time in British Columbia, to develop North America's first carbon price and put a carbon tax on in BC to try to get ahead and try to bend the curve and reduce greenhouse gases. But my question to him is, the name for the thing he's talking about is a positive feedback loop, that as the climate warms, certain natural processes accelerate. So drier, hotter conditions lead to a fuel load in the forest, such as the insect outbreaks that would normally be knocked back are not. The melting permafrost is the big kicker of a positive feedback loop, vastly risking mass amounts of methane reaching the atmosphere. Does my honourable colleague believe that we should have a proper discussion in this place about the science of the real risks we face in the climate crisis?
The honourable member for Lanark Frontenac Kingston.
There's several different things to unpack in that question. I'm happy. I know that the next speaker is going to be this very same member, and she knows a great deal about it, so I'm hoping she'll share her thoughts on the subject, if she doesn't mind veering away from it for prepared text she had. So with regard to the issue of methane gas in general, I heartily agree with her that trapped methane gas is very much a real issue. Methane gas is, there's a formula that gets tossed around as 21 times as problematic as carbon dioxide. I'm never sure quite exactly what that means, but it is clearly, a molecule per molecule, a very serious issue. If we look at human-caused climate change, the cause from humans emitting methane is much more serious than one would think from listening to the popular discourse. And there's a very interesting argument to be made. There's a book, I don't know if the member's seen it, but if she hasn't, I know she'd find it fascinating, called Plowshares, Plagues, and Petroleum, in which the author argues that humans have been causing greenhouse gases to be released for far longer than we think, and it started with human rice cultivation, which caused an enormous amount of methane through the creation of artificial swamps. So I think this is a good area to study for sure. I'm out of time to talk about the positive feedback loop. Maybe there'll be time in the next question to deal with that a bit.
North Island Power River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his interesting intervention. And before I ask the question, I please just want to take a moment to wish my son Henry a very happy birthday today. I just like to get it on the record so that he knows I'm thinking of him when I'm not with him. But my question is really procedural. I know that this member and I both spent time in the committee, PROC, Procedure and House Affairs. And I know that during Harper's reign, there was a very clear system that was, or a very clear example where this happened before, where he was held in contempt of Parliament and there was these sort of discussions. I'm wondering, how long are we going to keep this in the House? Does this member have any thoughts on that? And when can it finally go to the place that it belongs in Procedure and House Affairs and get the work done so that the House of Commons can do its work?
Honourable member for Lanark Frontenac Kingston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, first of all, happy birthday, Henry. Seeing as we're on that trend, on the 10th, it'll be my brother Blake's birthday, and so happy anticipated birthday, Blake. As usual, you'll be getting a book on flying for your birthday gift. My brother's a pilot, and in fact, he flew over Parliament Hill as the lead aircraft in the July 1st Canada Day celebrations in a 1928 de Havilland D-60. I have no other way of getting that on the record, so there you are. There was a finding of contempt. It was brought forward via the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. It never actually made it to the House. I know this because I was still debating in that committee. I had the floor when the bell started ringing for us to come up for a vote of confidence on the government. So the intention was to introduce a motion in 2011 that would bring down the Harper government on a finding of contempt from that committee. As you can guess, I was dissenting in that report, so I didn't agree with it. The actual motion that came before the House was simply to find no confidence in the government, with no explanation why, very similar to the first of the non-confidence motions that the current government faced about a week ago. So I don't think I actually answered the member's question. I guess I did. Yes, this should be going off to Procedure and House Affairs as soon as it can. Thank you.
Being debate, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
And I thank my honourable colleague from Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston for having established some discussion of the real issue of climate change as we approach the question of whether the motion of privilege in front of us and the levels of breakdown of normal processes that occurred within Sustainable Development Technology Canada, which has now absorbed us for several days of debate. I'll just cut to the chase and say that in terms of the views of the Green Party, when Parliament requires documents to be submitted, they should be submitted in full so that we can work on them. I also recall the incident that my colleague was just referencing, which had to do with documentation of Afghan detainees. I see my honourable colleague from Bruce Cray Owen Sound there who knows much about this as well. We did at that time realize that evidence was coming to light that Canada was complicit in sort of grabbing anyone off the street who might be considered suspect, including street vendors, people who were not combatants, and turning them over to U.S. forces where they faced torture. That was the issue on which we last were seized in this House with a demand for documents that was thwarted. And as my honourable colleague recalls so correctly, it led to an election that didn't actually talk about that issue ever again. One of the first things I did when elected as a member of Parliament here was to try to pursue it with questions on the order paper to try to find out, if we could, what occurred there and how it was that Canada was caught up in doing something that certainly on the surface violated international law and subjected totally innocent people to torture. Look, we are where we are now, and we're discussing Sustainable Development Technology Canada. I think it's really important that we define and try to avoid the obvious partisan appeal of screaming scandal, corruption in ways that will alarm Canadians that this is just a cesspool of corruption here in Ottawa. I don't think it is, but there's some strands that require full inquiry and transparency, and I'm glad we're having this discussion here today. A lot has already been said in previous speeches. I'm going to start with saying something that, just in terms of context setting, which I hope is helpful to Canadians, which is there's lots of different kinds of corruption. We throw the word around, and I want to clarify that in this particular narrative, I see three different kinds, and some are more alarming than others. The first, and of course, this is the issue that Canadians think of right away. When you say a bunch of politicians are pointing fingers and saying somebody's corrupt, no, you're corrupt, no, you're corrupt. The first and completely unacceptable level of misuse of public funds is when public funds are taken to enrich oneself. This is the kind of issue that we faced here when we had called to the bar the head of GC Strategies, Colin Firth, who had made millions in the ArriveCan app story. We know that story. We haven't come to the end of it. We haven't concluded it. We haven't had an RCMP investigation. We haven't gotten the money back. But taking public funds to enrich yourself is an egregious wrong. There's another form of corruption which comes into this story, which is in the process of government allocating public funds, a failure to exercise proper oversight. In other words, the people involved are not enriching themselves, nor they are enriching their friends, but the system somehow breaks down through some kind of overload or allowing our public service to descend to a level that falls below mediocrity and becomes incompetence. The third level of corruption, which is at play here, is when public funds are shoveled into projects where the goal is political. And that does surface here, and I want to go into that somewhat. And this may discomfort some of my friends on the other side, because a lot of public money is being shoveled into technology that simply doesn't work, because it helps the narrative that we can keep producing fossil fuels and meet greenhouse gas emission reduction goals and do both at the same time. In other words, the strategies on climate crisis that could be described as having your cake and eating it too. The kind of diet to lose weight that says, by the way, you can keep eating chocolate cake because we have a magic pill to take later. In that category are some of the things that were referenced by the previous speaker of projects with environmental benefits that were exaggerated and not proven. This particular category of energy project, and they're heavily favored by the oil sands companies, particularly by the Pathways Alliance of corporations operating the oil sands, is called carbon capture, utilization, and storage. It's the category that first triggered interest by any of the auditors. So let me start with that one, because chronologically it comes first. The first time an Auditor General report said, we better ask Sustainable Development Technology Canada to improve its performance, was in 2017, and that's when it's a branch of the Department of the Auditor General. It's the Commissioner for Environment and Sustainable Development, which is, for those who didn't notice, I wish it had been created as a separate office, like the Parliamentary Budget Office, but back in, gosh, I remember appearing before the Environment Committee when the chair was the late Honourable Charles Katcha, who at one point been Environment Minister under former Prime Minister Pierre Trudeau. Anyway, Charles Katcha's committee looked at how do we set up a Commissioner for Environment. It's one of the Red Book promises of the Liberals back in '93. And they decided, well, we could put it in the Office of the Auditor General. So that's why we have the Commissioner for Environment and Sustainable Development as a branch of the Auditor General's office. Now, the report of that commissioner in fall 2017 looked in detail at a number of energy projects. It looked at those that dealt with trying to reduce greenhouse gases through new clean energy technology projects. It found there's several sources of funds that went to them that were reviewed by the report of the Commissioner on Environment and Sustainable Development. The Clean Energy Fund, run by Natural Resources Canada, the Eco Energy Technology Initiative, also Natural Resources Canada, and the Sustainable Development Tech Fund, administered by Sustainable Development Technology Canada. Let's just put a note there for a milestone date. Fall of 2017.
May I interrupt the honourable member? There's a computer near the microphones that has the sound on, and it's being picked up. Thank you. Thank you.
Back in 2017, let's just put a note there for the date. The commissioner said, overall, very pleased to find that these funds were being well administered, that they were audited, that they were paying close attention to conflict of interest. Still, the Commissioner for Environment and Sustainable Development said the Sustainable Development Technology Canada should take steps to ensure that we know that the projects are achieving their goals. We need to follow up. We need to, the recommendations were clear that there should be, in the words of the Auditor General, improve the challenge function over projective sustainable development and environmental benefits. This goes to lay the groundwork for the commentary we find in the Auditor General's report that was recently quoted by my friend from Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston, which was this part of the Auditor General's report that, quote, we found that in 12 out of 18 completed projects in our sample, the projected reduction of greenhouse gas emissions were, on average, half of what was presented at the time the project proposals were assessed. Now, my honourable colleague said, well, what could be the reason they're shoveling money out the door for projects that don't work? It must be to get money into the hands of the people they want to have the money. I would posit a much more likely explanation, which is the government has put forward a plan to achieve greenhouse gas reductions, which depends on achieving magical results from unproven technologies. So we've seen a big increase in the amount of money that goes to carbon capture, utilization and storage, despite the fact that all around the world it's been shown not to work, and the projects within Canada haven't achieved the demonstrated promised results. That's clear here. The one thing we know, by the way, carbon capture, utilization, and storage, for anyone who doesn't know, is to say basically, as we produce more fossil fuels, we can find a way, or as we burn coal to create electricity, we'll find a way to get the carbon that would otherwise be going into the atmosphere, and we'll capture it and drive it deep underground, and therefore we will avoid the impact of anthropogenic greenhouse gases by sweeping them under the carpet and hoping they stay there. They tend not to stay there. It's a very expensive way to reduce greenhouse gases, even if it works. It tends not to work. The one thing we can absolutely prove about carbon capture, utilization, and storage is, what does it capture? It captures public money. It captures politicians. It doesn't much capture carbon. It doesn't work. But what we find when we look at the Auditor General's reports, and particularly the Commissioner on Environment and Sustainable Development, even though the results weren't showing that this worked, by the budget of 2017, hundreds of millions of dollars more were dedicated to this, because when you're writing a report that says, here's our plan to reduce greenhouse gases, and this much of our target is going to be achieved by something that we just love. Pathways Alliance just loves it. It's all wonderful. And it's not even in the footnotes. It's not proven, and it doesn't work. So part of the incentive I put to you, my friends here, for shoveling money out the door for projects that didn't work was that there's an ideological article of faith in the Department of Natural Resources Canada and in the industry that this have our cake and eat it too strategy is going to work and help us meet our targets. Now, that's not your classic corruption, and I think my conservative friends should look at it, because I know, to the extent that we have any idea what the Conservative Party would want to do about climate change, they've said it would be technology. I suspect they won't have a problem with shoveling more money to the oil sands companies in what is essentially a disguised subsidy. C'est évidemment une autre façon de subvention vers l'industrie fossile.
Towards the fossil fuel industry, there are public funds for technology that aren't working. It's a total failure. It always is.
Fail. Now, let's look at the other aspects of the SDTC issue and what we learned from it. And one of them clearly is, this was a fund created under the Chrétien government that was working very well for a very long time. It was supposed to be looking at technologies that were unproven and emerging. You weren't supposed to have a government step up and say, we love this one, it may never work, but it's really good in press releases, so we're just going to keep throwing money at it. It is the case that in 2017, fall of 2017, the report of the Commissioner on Environment and Sustainable Development was, this operation did not have a problem with conflict of interest. We certainly know by the report of the Auditor General, which I know I'm not using props, Madam Speaker, but I'm holding it in my hand because I keep looking at it, the report of 2024, we know that there was a lot of difficulty with conflict of interest. In fact, the way in which the board was being run was rife with conflict of interest. And that's a terrible shame, because this was an operation, as I've said previously in this place, that over decades had worked in assisting emerging technology companies, emerging technologies that have trouble getting seed funding through commercial banks and so on. It's very hard to get investment capital for something that is innovative, unproven, and not an article of faith of the government of the day that we have to shovel money at it whether it works or not. In other words, Sustainable Development Technology Canada had done much good work. The chair of the board changed after the 2017 report that found no conflict of interest problems. And I always feel awkward about using the name of a private citizen in this place, but she's had to resign as chair of the SDTC board. Annette Vercheron had private interests and continued involvement in companies that received SDTC funding. This violated the conflict of interest guidelines of the organization. It violates basic conflict of interest guidelines. I don't know about the rest of my colleagues here in this place, but when I was first elected and read the ethics code, and I thought to myself, do they really need to write this down? I mean, don't people know this? It said no member of parliament should hire a family member in their office. That would be a conflict of interest. And I remember thinking, who do they think we are? Like, you don't have to write this stuff down. Well, apparently you do. And you can't be chair of a board and forget that you can't distribute money to yourself when you're on that board. Now, whether this rose to the level of criminality is something else to be explained and examined. The steps the government has taken so far mean that this is no longer going on. The SDTC operation has been folded in to the National Research Council. The board members have completely changed. The new board operating to make sure these funds continue to flow to legitimate projects. It's very important that that operation not be tarnished by what is a completely unacceptable episode of well, to call it sloppy is a compliment. How on earth do people sit around a boardroom table and say, well, because of COVID and because everybody's getting this benefit, it can't really be seen that I gave myself a special benefit? This is the kind of argument we heard in the committee. And we also heard that people involved said, well, I talked to a lawyer and they said it was okay. I mean, I practiced law and I really think, you know, what kind of lawyer gives that advice? You have a code of conflict of interest that must be followed. Every member around that boardroom table had a fiduciary responsibility to ensure that happened. There was a large system failure. But let me say really clearly, this does not, to me, and it's not at the level of which is so easy in this place to say this was a bunch of liberals doing favors to other liberals. We don't have evidence of that. I certainly would like to know the political affiliations of various people who got the money, but we know a lot of the money went to the oil sands. So I don't think this is your classic hand in the cookie jar kind of scandal. This is, and this is what I want to close with, Madam Speaker, a large system failure that concerns me greatly. I worked in the Government of Canada many, many decades ago when I was nonpartisan, not a member of the party at the time, but I worked, and I'm very proud of the record of working in the Office of the Minister of Environment, 86 to 88, when there was a majority progressive conservative government under Prime Minister Brian Mulroney. The Government of Canada in those days was kind of gold standard. And I don't mean just political, and I especially mean non-political. I mean the civil service, the people who rose to the level of deputy ministers. It was really gold standard stuff. The people, deputy ministers like Arthur Kruger, like Harry Swain, deputy ministers like Gordon Ritchie. These are people of great intellect, completely nonpartisan. They provided to the government of the day advice that was evidence-based and solid. Those kinds of civil servants, and unfortunately some of them have passed away, so I guess they are rolling in their graves, but others are wondering, what the heck happened? Where did this mediocrity creep in? Whatever government is the government of the day, and I think, in fairness to some of my colleagues who are currently on the front benches of the Liberal Party, the civil service at the level of competence had already been significantly eroded, and then we were hit with COVID. Fixing this is going to be a bigger problem than pointing fingers across the aisle. Fixing this will require that we no longer have captive regulators that do what the industry they review as their client wants. I see far too much of it throughout the Government of Canada. I see the Environment Canada and climate change, I'm sure, picked the target of net zero by 2050, not because science dictated it. Science says that's fraud. But it was the kind of target that the oil sands industry wasn't going to mind, because anything in 2050, they can pretend they're going to meet it through magic later on. We need to be honest, transparent, face facts. And in this kind of debate, I commend all of my colleagues for digging into the facts to make sure that conflict of interest guidelines are never blurred again, and to make sure that when public funds go to reducing greenhouse gases, we get value for money by actually reducing greenhouse gases. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Nepean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the honourable member for her speech. I almost agree with everything she has said. She did classify the corruption into 3 categories, which was very well put. And I also share her thoughts on the carbon capture and the storage thing that is going on. But coming to 2 particular things, one is the systemic failure she mentioned. That is a matter of real concern. But my question to her is that RCMP has written to the law clerk of the House of Commons stating that the records they obtained through this process cannot be used in the investigation. So I would like to know whether is there anything that prevents RCMP from getting the same records, same documents through a proper legal process?
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
My honourable colleague for Nepean, thank you for your commentary, particularly on carbon capture and storage, another fake solution to climate change. But here's my concern with this argument. Parliament has the right to ask for documents. The Speaker has said we have the right to ask for those documents. We don't know that there is any criminality involved here. So if it turns out that the documents we get can't be used in a criminal investigation, so be it. The RCMP's decided we've looked, there's nothing here, we move on. Nothing is violated in anybody's rights. Parliament has a right to ask for documents. Those documents should be produced. I really hope that my friends on the other side will realize we've had enough of this debate now. Can we please get back to the business of this House and do the work the people sent us here to do? But to the government, be transparent. When the House asks for documents, give them to us, all of them. And if they can't be used in a criminal prosecution, well then, that's what it is. It's not an illegitimate process, to my colleague. It's not that it fails to be a proper legal process. It's just the right of the House to ask for documents.
Comments, the honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I was asked yesterday during debate about what could be done to prevent something like this from happening again. And one thing that I do think is missing is the will for the government to actually demand that the taxpayer be made whole. There seems to be a lack of a penalty for people that are caught furthering their own personal interests when they are put into these positions of trust at these board levels. I'm just wondering if my colleague here would share that same view, that there needs to be tougher penalties for people who are seen to be furthering their own interests, and that the government should in fact be demanding that the taxpayer be made whole.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
I really appreciate the comment from my friend from Cypress Hills Grassland. We have a number of cases that have come before us recently, and egregiously, I do think more egregious, is the GC strategies and money given to an individual for work that we could say really wasn't done. And do we need to have a new law that says when money is obtained? I really want us to sue, by the way. I would love to sue IBM for the Phoenix pay system. But there's a big amount of money for something that completely failed and cost Canadians and individual civil servants who didn't get paid properly. There's no accountability. Okay, so how do we get accountability when we're dealing with third-party contractors, whether it's McKinsey or Deloitte or GC Strategies or IBM? I used to practice law, so my first impulse is always sue the bastards. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saint Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Saanich Gulf Islands for her speech. My question was in the same vein. Third-party contractors, whether it's foundations or subcontractors, do we not think that the government is overusing this type of system at the expense of public servants who have expertise? Particularly, they're easier to be accountable to when there's an issue, for example, with the use of funds. It's not just for purely monetary or situations or almost illegal ones. It also creates issues for, like, the fact that there are no obligations for a third party to, for example, respect the Official Languages Act. There's too much distance between the government and those who provide the services at the end of the day. And finally, it's the government is no longer accountable for anything. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands. I'd like to thank my dear colleague from the bloc. The question of accountability is at the very heart of this debate. It's a question of the role of our public service, unlike other levels of government, people who produce contracts for big global players like McKinsey, I think it's essential to establish a system that is stronger for public servants. Our current system is weaker than in the past. We have to make an effort to enhance the situation and support our public servants and not big profits for global companies like McKinsey, for example.
For Windsor West.
Here we are about documents again, and I know my Conservative friends want to forget about the Afghan detainee documents that drove this House to a similar situation. But to the member, talking about accountability in public service is really important, but one of the things, the tools that we need is updating our Crown copyright laws. And Crown copyright in Canada was brought in, I think it was 1901 or 1911, and hasn't changed very much since that time. And that's the release of documents for studies, information to the business sector, the not-for-profit sector, to general Canadians that would also provide a solution to some of the problems that we face here in the House. So I'd like to know from my honourable member, the Liberals had some interest in this with the former member for LaSalle and Mard, who they then removed as a justice minister and has now left this place, had an interest in updating Crown copyright, because not even the United States, UK, Australia, nobody left on this planet basically has Crown copyright in a democracy like Canada. When are we going to get that updated so we actually have more public documents that the taxpayers paid for accessible to businesses, not-for-profit organizations in this Parliament?
Honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, my honourable colleague for Windsor West. And believe it or not, I wasn't here in 1911, but, but he is right. He's absolutely right. And Crown copyright law needs to be updated. I also recall that, and I can say his name out loud because unfortunately he's not here anymore, but David Lametti was keen on this. We do need to pursue it. I remember a lot of my friends in the law community, we used to talk about Canada's freedom of information law as being freedom from information, a system of no disclosure tempered by leaks. It's time to improve the Crown copyright laws, modernize them, and make sure that we do get to the place of documents and information being public by default.
And comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Langley-Aldergrove.
The member for Saanich Gulf Islands said she was hoping that we'd be able to get on with the regular course of business here in the House of Commons, but isn't that up to the Liberal side of the House to comply with an order from the Speaker? It was pretty clear. The chair, and I'm reading from his decision, the chair cannot come to any other conclusion but to find that a prima facie question of privilege has been established. Isn't it up to the Liberals to comply with that order so that we can get on with the ordinary course of business?
Honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, my friend from Langley-Aldergrove. That's one route. Another route would be a discussion among House leaders, a way to move forward, get the documents to make an undertaking. They'll be at the committee in time. The member for Langley-Aldergrove isn't wrong. I just think this House and I think the public in Canada would be heartened to see us work together more so that we can get on with some bills that need to be passed. But I don't disagree. That's absolutely one way this would end. So could a decision between the official opposition, the government, other parties in this place to say, let's find a way to move forward. A case of privilege was made. We've had the debate. We need to continue to dig into this matter. For that, we need the documents.
And comments, questions et commentaires. Statements by members. Déclaration des députés. The honourable member for Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would like to speak about a few points on the current status of our economy today. Number one, Canadian Consumer Index has fallen to is at 22 months high. In a study commissioned by Bloomberg and conducted by Nanos Research, the consumer confidence has been the best in the last about 2 years. Second, inflation has come down to 2%, and it has been there in the range what the Bank of Canada wants during the last 8 months. The third is that the interest rate, which is now 4.25%, I expect it to go down by further 50 basis points this month and come down to 3.75% this December and go further down to 3% by July next year. The other point I would like to make is the cost of living. This is still a matter of concern to most Canadians, but the point to note is that it has been falling in terms of percentage. It has already been down by 7%. Hopefully, with inflation falling, interest rates falling, and the consumer confidence increasing, we should see that it gets eliminated.
The honourable member for Meadows, Maple Ridge, yes.
Madam Speaker, I rise to pay tribute to an Ethiopian couple who tragically lost their lives in an arson attack at the House of Covenant International Church in Winnipeg last month. Geda and Zanuba recently came to Canada with hope, but instead were met with horror. They were living above their church, which provides affordable housing for newcomers. In the middle of the night, a heinous act of arson consumed the church, and the couple trapped above were killed. This is not an isolated incident. The government recently revealed that nearly 600 places of worship have been burned. Canada needs to protect places of worship from arson. I have introduced Bill C-411, the Anti-Arson Act, to address attacks against our churches, mosques, gurdwaras, synagogues, and mandirs. My sincerest condolences to the family of the victim and the Ethiopian Society of Winnipeg, who continue to grieve at this time.
L'honorable député d'Orléans.
Madam Speaker, on Saturday, I had the privilege of welcoming on Parliament Hill, alongside my colleague, the Minister of Immigration, Refugee and Citizenship, dozens of cyclists who participate in the Spinning Wheels Relay to End Parkinson's. 3 teams of cyclists completed a combined of 10,000 kilometers across Canada. They traveled through all 10 provinces, 2 territories, including remote northern region and Indigenous communities. Their mission is to raise awareness about Parkinson, show the benefits of exercise in alleviating the symptoms of the disease, connecting with others, and build a community. There was no easy journey, Madam Speaker. Over 2 months, these cyclists laughed, cried, became both physically and emotionally drained, dealt with emergencies, but ultimately rode in. They are an inspiration to us all, and I invite everyone in this House to join me in applauding their tremendous accomplishment. Merci.
Bravo.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Madam Speaker, recently Michigan approved an American billionaire's desire to ship hazardous material across the Ambassador Bridge to Canada. With this change taking effect in less than 2 weeks, the federal government, the province of Ontario, have been silent. It seems they simply don't care, even though the City of Windsor is opposed, as the Fire Department and Police Association and many others. Residents of Windsor are in a state of uncertainty and fear. We are allowing the profits of a U.S. billionaire to risk our water and our jobs. The lack of consultation, background studies, and a clear safety plan is unacceptable. Our community deserves to know which neighborhoods will be affected and what protocols are in place should an accident occur. The Liberals are sacrificing our sovereignty and risking an environmental and economic disaster. The time for action is now. The Gordie Howe Bridge is opening up in months with the solution to this issue. Why the corrupt process right now?
The honourable member for Pierrefonds-Dollard.
Madame la Présidente, like so many Canadians from all walks of life, I'm deeply distressed and saddened by the situation in Lebanon. Within just 2 weeks, 1,000 civilians and 6,000 others have been injured because of airstrikes by the government of Israel. This includes 2 Canadians who have lost their lives. My thoughts are with everyone impacted in the region, regardless of which border one is living within, regardless of one's ethnicity. Yesterday, I met with a young physician in my office. She told me about a tragic story of 2 of her family members who were killed within the last days this weekend. She also talked about how a member of her family needs urgent medical care and cannot access that care because of civilian pathways, road work, and infrastructures being reduced and bombarded. We need to see a ceasefire. We need all parties to stop the violence. We need peace in the Middle East. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Brantford Brant.
Madam Speaker, this past Sunday, September the 27th, I had the privilege of attending a momentous and historic event at His Majesty's Royal Chapel of the Mohawks, the only First Nations chapel in Canada to have royal arms granted by the Crown, situated in my riding of Brantford Brant. The event was a celebration to commemorate the granting of the royal arms to the chapel by Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, signifying the deep-rooted bond between the Crown and the Haudenosaunee. The coat of arms embodies the words faith, hope, and charity, and encompasses a tree of peace, building on the foundation, the partnership, and the traditions which extend back to the 1600s. Congratulations to His Majesty's Royal Chapel of the Mohawks on the unveiling of this new emblem, serving as a tangible piece of our rich history.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga Erin Mills.
Madam Speaker, today I recognize that my beloved hometown, the city of Mississauga, turns 50 this year. From humble beginnings, Mississauga has grown into one of the largest cities in Canada. It's known as one of the most diverse cities with over 60% of the population a visible minority. At the heart of Mississauga's success are hardworking people dedicated to ensuring that our community is vibrant and welcoming to people from all walks of life. And it is an honor and a privilege to represent the residents of Mississauga in this House. And here's one more thing that we're especially proud of, Madam Speaker. Since Hurricane Hazel herself was elected in 1978, our city has been proudly led by women, Mayor Bonnie Crombie and now Mayor Carolyn Parrish, and we love it that way. So here's to another 50 years for the city of Mississauga. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sydney Victoria.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in proud recognition of the funding of the Bernie McNeil Field in Sydney, Nova Scotia, a project that was tirelessly advocated for by the Sydney Baseball Park Association and the hundreds of parents that voiced their support and helped fundraise for the field. I'd like to thank the Jays Care Foundation for their contribution and all levels of government for making this dream of a world-class Little League ball field a reality. As someone who participated in sports as a youth, I know that sports is a core part of childhood development, and together with a multi-sport facility next door at the former Centennial Arena, kids across Cape Breton will have groundbreaking opportunities to participate in athletics moving forward. Investment like these allow our youth to thrive, teaching them values and lessons that will sustain them throughout their lives. I'm proud to be part of a government that has continued to deliver on the funding for sports infrastructure in Cape Breton, and look forward to next summer saying, play ball at the new Little League ball field.
Honorable député de Montmagny, l'île Kamouraska.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny, l'île Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Madam Speaker, 9 years of this Liberal government is 9 years too many. We know that the cost of living is going up sharply. Housing is out of reach. Many people are having to go to food banks. And because of these lax liberal policies, the only thing that's doing well today in Canada is crime. It's horrifying. It's high time that this Liberal Prime Minister do the one thing that he can still do for Canadians. Trigger an election. Quebecers have been clear. This centralizing, inflationary Liberal government needs to be out. The Bloc Québécois has also been very clear. It's not there to help Quebecers. Instead, it's here to prop up this Liberal Prime Minister. The Bloc Québécois is constantly supporting Liberal whims, which are causing Quebecers to live in poverty. They haven't even asked the government to cancel a policy that might kill the forestry industry in Quebec. What we actually have here in the House is a Liberal bloc.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This week we celebrated National Seniors Day, and last weekend I met with a wonderful group of seniors from my riding at Woodruff United Church, organized by the Old Forge Community Resource Centre OASIS program. My riding has many buildings that are primarily older adults. They call these NORCs, Naturally Occurring Retirement Communities. The Old Forge, with partial funding through the federal government's New Horizons for Seniors program, provides coordinators in these seniors buildings that facilitate social gatherings, food and nutrition events, wellness and physical activities, and anything else that the seniors want. These seniors told me that this program, because of it, they feel less lonely, more healthy, and they can stay in their homes longer. This pilot project is now in 4 buildings in my riding, the 3 Ambleside buildings and the Rosewood. I want to thank all the staff, the volunteers, and the participants for contributing to a better community. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Portage Lisgar.
After 9 years of the NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and time is up. The carbon tax is jacking up the cost of everything, and what do the Liberals do? They appoint carbon tax cheerleader Mark Carney as their phantom finance minister to advise on economic policy. At the same time, he presides over a massive corporation that sought $10 billion to take over our pension system. Can the Liberals get by just 1 week without helping their billionaire buddies at the expense of Canadians? Apparently not, and Canadians are sick and tired of it. Life for working Canadians has never been so hard. Food costs $700 more than it did last year, forcing millions of Canadians to line up outside of food banks. But for well-connected Liberals like Carbon Tax Carney, life has never been so good. Only common-sense Conservatives will end the conflict of interest and bring home lower prices for Canadians. So let's have that carbon tax election so we can bring home powerful paychecks for all Canadians.
Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Madam Speaker, after 9 years of this NDP Liberal government, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and time is up. With the House of Commons ground to a halt because of the Liberal government's refusal to turn over documents, I would like to take some time to remind the House of another Liberal scandal that won't be going away anytime soon. The Labour Minister from Edmonton is still under a cloud of guilt for his shady business dealings with Stephen Anderson and their company, Global Health Imports. We have all heard about the excuse of the other Randy, but when this minister admitted recently that he had in fact been in contact with his former business partner, despite previously saying otherwise, the suspicion of Canadians only grows. My advice to him? Just tell the truth. It'll make you feel better. And you also don't have to worry about trying to keep your story straight because there would only be one version of the story. After 9 years of this corrupt government, corruption is one of the many crimes that Canadians want to see a Conservative government put a stop to. Let's bring it home.
Bravo. The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Mr. Speaker, it's my great honor to rise today to celebrate community newspapers in all our ridings. This past week, I had the great honor of attending the 50th anniversary of the Ottawa South Community Association Review, also known as Oscar. And it got me thinking about how in this era of declining traditional media and the rise of social media, the important role community newspapers play. They're run by volunteers. They tell our local stories. In my community of Ottawa Centre, I am so grateful to have the Glee Report, which also celebrated their 50 years last year, the Main Streeter, Centertown Buzz, and the Kitchissippi Times. They are incredible papers who are telling stories every week about our community, and there's incredible, important source of information. So I want to take this opportunity to thank all the volunteers at all these community newspapers for the incredible job they do week after week, month after month. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
It's been months since the UN Secretary General first referred to Gaza as a graveyard for children. Civilians continue to face indiscriminate bombing and starvation. Now the people of Lebanon too face unimaginable danger in the deadliest escalation of violence between Israel and Hezbollah since 2006. And the threat of war between Israel and Iran looms over all in the region. The starvation and perpetual bombing of a displaced population in Gaza, including 1 million children, is intolerable. Attacks on civilians in Palestine, Lebanon, and Israel must stop. Nobody in the region is safer today than they were 12 months ago. There can be no military solution to their suffering. There should be no support from Canada for warmongers anywhere. The NDP is renewing our call for a full two-way arms embargo, recognition of the state of Palestine, sanctions on the extremist Israel leader, a permanent ceasefire, and release of all hostages.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. I am very pleased to rise today to celebrate the 70th anniversary of a pioneer among chambers of commerce in the Côte-Nord region, the Manicouagan Chamber of Commerce and Industry. It has brought together businesses from Pessamit to Godbout, Indigenous and non-Indigenous communities, and industry. It is a pillar of Manicouagan's socio-economic tissue. It has built the Côte-Nord that we know and love, full of innovation, courage, and ambition. with a passionate board of directors and a dynamic support team along with visionary entrepreneurs, I would like to thank the Chamber of Commerce for helping us work together towards a common goal, helping the Côte-Nord region thrive with its remarkable economic opportunities, our resources, our prosperity, and hearts turned towards sustainable development. Thank you for helping us shine. I'm greatly looking forward to celebrating all of those who have made history with the Chamber of Commerce, as well as those who will help it continue to succeed in the future.
The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Sustainable Development Technology Canada was a federal foundation funded by over $1 billion of taxpayers' money. They violated their own conflict of interest policies 186 times, awarded $76 million of contracts inappropriately, awarded $59 million that went to 10 separate projects that were clearly ineligible. And in 63 separate instances, directors of the program voted in favor of payments to companies of which they had an interest. Parliament has made a reasonable request for the government to help the ongoing RCMP investigation by handing over documents to Parliament. However, this government has refused. The obstruction has grinded Parliament to a halt. Madam Speaker, it's time to axe the tax, cut the corruption, and call an election.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Madam Speaker, have you heard the phrase, the conservative hidden agenda? That is something in which Canadians really do need to be aware of. Nothing could be further from the truth when it comes to this leader of the Conservative Party, Madam Speaker. He's good at slogans, he's great at bumper stickers, but I'll tell you, let me give you a tangible example of a hidden conservative agenda. Think in terms of yesterday, the debate on the National Disability Program. I asked on 3 separate occasions, would the Conservatives commit to no cuts on that particular program? Even the critic, Madam Speaker, not one of them would commit to saying that they would not cut the National Disability Program. These are the types of things in which the Conservative Party is hiding from Canadians, Madam Speaker, because they know that the Conservative hidden agenda is something that the Canadians will not support.
Questions orales. Oral questions. The Honourable Member for Leeds, Granville, Falcon Islands,
This NDP Liberal government, taxes are up, costs are up, crime's up, and time's up for this Prime Minister and his de facto Finance Minister, Carbon Tax Carney. Since taking on the role, the friends and business interests of Carbon Tax Carney have benefited with billions of tax dollars, $2 billion for his buddy at Telesat, and Brookfield getting a seat at the table to get their hands on 10 billion Canadian tax dollars. Suddenly, Carbon Tax Carney is raising funds for these Liberals in exchange for all of those billions. So will they cooperate with an investigation from Canada's lobbying commissioner?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Well, Madam Speaker, the Death Valley well driller is poking more dry holes. Outstanding Canadians stepping up to advise the Liberal Party or any party is a very good thing. But what this member wants to cloud is the fact that, Madam Speaker, inflation's down, interest rates are down, wage settlements are up. The economy is up. We've reached a soft landing in this country. They should stop talking the country down. We're going to continue lifting the country up, Madam Speaker.
For Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Like all Canadians, I wish that every time we looked for a scandal, it wasn't just surface deep, like the Public Safety Minister found guilty of breaking the law, the Prime Minister broke the law, the Trade Minister broke the law. These guys can't help themselves. And now he wants to tell us that Canadians have never had it so good, and that's why they have Carbon Tax Carney, who's lining the pockets of his friends and himself, all so that he'll raise a little cash for a dying Liberal Party. Canadians have had absolutely enough after 9 years of their corruption and grift. So why won't the Prime Minister subject his new de facto Finance Minister to the conflict of interest regime? Is he worried that he's going to be found guilty of breaking the law too?
Honourable Minister of Labour.
Madam Speaker, the predictions of impending doom coming from that member in particular and his political party really sound discordant to Canadians. What is happening across this country, Madam Speaker, is that after the pandemic, we've achieved that rare feat, a soft landing, no recession, wage gains, inflation coming down, interest rates coming down in this country. The finance minister this very week putting in place measures that will make young people more able to purchase a home. Madam Speaker, these are things that you do when you...
Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Let's talk about what they've achieved. Record lineups at food banks with 25% of Canadians not knowing where their next meal is coming from, not able to heat their homes, a third of food bank users being children. They are starving and freezing in the dark after 9 years of this NDP Liberal government and their carbon tax on everything that's being boosted by carbon tax Carney, who's only doing it, of course, to raise his stock portfolio, which we saw with Brookfield stocks hitting 6 months high in exchange for policies from this government and for him fundraising for them. Canadians are broke. These Liberals broke them. Let's have a carbon tax election.
Well, Madam Speaker, Canadians know where this government stands. We've offered immediate and direct support to families, especially when they needed it most. We've delivered household savings and significantly strengthened our social safety net. And we've promoted fairer practices, greater competition across our industries. Notice, Madam Speaker, real solutions and zero slogans from this side. Well, I guess that's just the Liberal government for you.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis. 9 years ago, this government promised us the world. Instead, we inherited a Canada that is failing seniors, families, and young people. This government has squandered the money Canadians entrusted to it. This government has created massive inflation. Rent has doubled, and homelessness now affects everyone, including young students and grandmas who can no longer make ends meet. Can this Prime Minister, the government, do the only honourable thing left and call an election? Honourable Minister. Madam Speaker, what Canadians truly fear is the hidden agenda of the Conservative Party. What would that member cut? She would cut food banks. She would cut support for housing. And we know full well that that party would cut tens of thousands of public service positions in Canada. I think it's time for this member and this party to make public their secret hidden plan, which would be bad for Canada. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis. Well, the fact is that Canada has fallen behind our trade partner and neighbour, the United States, in terms of economic growth and productivity, Madam Speaker, but that's not all. The OECD predicts that Canada's economic growth will be the worst of all OECD member countries over the next 3 decades. Canadians want to get control back over their own lives. The only way to do that is for an election to be called to get a Conservative government. Does the Prime Minister have the courage to dissolve the House? The Honourable Minister. Madam Speaker, when there is an election, that member will have to stop making false claims. She will have to publish the Conservative Party's secret hidden plan for cuts, for austerity, for removing support for our seniors, for housing, for municipalities, for infrastructure, and I could go on and on about what they would cut. Madam Speaker, our economy is strong, interest rates are down, the inflation is down, and Madam Speaker, we avoided a recession. We have a lot to accomplish, but we're working on it. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. The House is calling for a 10% increase in old age security for all seniors aged 65 to 74. But this is not just the will of the House of Commons. In fact, yesterday, CTV published a poll. Madam Speaker, do you know what percentage of Canadians agree with us? No fewer than 79%. 79% of those polls understand that depriving 65 to 74-year-olds of a pension increase to which older seniors are entitled means creating 2 classes of seniors. Will the Liberals finally say yes to the request not only of the House of Commons, but also of 79% of Canadians? The Honourable Minister for Seniors. Madam Speaker, I recently visited my colleague's beautiful riding. When I was there, I checked. There are 8,700 constituents in the members' riding who are eligible for the Canadian Dental Care Program now, and that is thanks to the federal Canadian Dental Care Program that she voted against, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. 79% of Canadians agree with the Bloc Québécois that old age security should be improved for seniors aged 65 to 74. Everyone understands that it is unfair to create two classes of seniors. So the Liberals will also have to face up to this obvious fact. Otherwise, they will have to pay the political price. Do the Liberals understand that if they say no to 79% of Canadians, 79% of Canadians might want to say no to them? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is also important to inform that 79% of Canadians that our government, since 2015, has implemented a host of good programs and measures for seniors. We brought the retirement age down from 67 to 65. We increased supports for most vulnerable seniors, including women, persons with disabilities, those with needs. We also enhanced the guaranteed income supplement. And you know who voted against all of that, Madam Speaker? The Bloc Québécois.
Lebanese Canadians have told me they're terrified for their loved ones. They are horrified by the Israeli bombs destroying their family homes. Canadian citizens are trapped. Leaving Lebanon is getting harder. Nowhere is safe. We have been demanding sanctions on Netanyahu, an arms embargo, safe evacuation routes, and for this government to step up and push for a ceasefire. People in the region want peace and security. Why isn't this government doing everything in its power to end the war?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think everybody in this House has raised concerns about civilians and people in Lebanon, as we have about civilians in Israel, in Gaza, and the West Bank. We will continue to advocate for peace. The violence, the destruction in Lebanon has to end. Canada has joined with its allies and has called for an immediate 21-day ceasefire. That is the only way that we can get diplomacy to work. Wars kill people. Diplomacy will work. We have to give it a chance. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For Windsor West.
Madam Speaker, rents are skyrocketing and families can't find an affordable place to live. Liberals and Conservatives have stood by and done nothing while corporate landlords buy up previously affordable apartments to jack up rent and increase profits for their shareholders. Now we find out that these landlords may be using AI software to coordinate rent increases and price people out of their own homes. The same software under investigation for illegal price fixing in the United States. Why won't the Liberals act to stop greedy corporate landlords from ripping off Canadians and using AI as a strategy to evict people from their homes?
That's right. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The member is an experienced member of this House, Madam Speaker. Surely he knows that rent is a provincial area of jurisdiction, but we have not turned our way from our responsibility to help renters at this time. We've added to supply. We've waived GST on the construction costs of apartments for middle and low-income Canadians. The Conservatives would reimpose that, Madam Speaker. We need to add supply in the context of high interest rates. That measure is doing that. We put forward a Renters' Bill of Rights as well. That is the first time a federal government has acted in that direction. We're going to continue to support renters, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Breaking news. The RCMP Commissioner confirmed that the Prime Minister's hand-picked directors to the Green Slush Fund are under criminal investigation. So what we have now is the Liberals not only defying an order of this House to produce the documents and turn them over to the RCMP, Liberals are now obstructing justice by refusing to cooperate with the RCMP investigation. 9 Green Slush Fund appointees have been implicated in funneling $400 million to their own companies. Are Liberals obstructing justice so their cronies can avoid jail?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I am disappointed in the Conservative Party's approach, and I'm not alone. If you take a look in terms of what it is that the Auditor General of Canada is saying and the RCMP is saying in regards to the Conservative tactic, and people should really note this, they are extremely uncomfortable. You have caused a great deal of discomfort to those independent offices because of your behavior here on the floor of the House of Commons.
The Honourable Member to speak through the chair. I hope I haven't caused anything to anyone. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would suggest to you that the Conservative Party needs to be more sensitive and listen to what the RCMP...
The Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
this House is listening to the RCMP when the RCMP commissioner said yesterday that he's investigating the corruption at the Green Slush Fund. You know, they use as an excuse the Charter. The Charter does not exist to protect Liberals and prevent and create obstruction of justice opportunities. As Liberals cling to dear life to the secret documents, they obstruct justice. Hundreds of millions of dollars have already been funneled to Liberal cronies. What's the true number? Is it billions? Is it 2 billion? Will the Liberal who is obstructing justice and knows the true amount of
the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, instead of the Conservative Party playing games at a great expense to Canadians, solely focused on their party fortunes and anything else, as opposed to trying to do filibusters on the floor of the House of Commons, why don't they listen? Listen to what the RCMP, listen to what the Auditor General is saying, Madam Speaker. And what they are saying is this Conservative tactic causes great concern, and it's justified as the Conservatives are trying to blur the whole issue of judicial independence. Shame on them.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Heritage.
Of rights and freedoms, not the Charter of crime and corruption, as the Deputy House Leader seems to contend. 9 years of NDP Liberals. Taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and time is up. Guess what? Conflict of interest is up too. At the Liberal Green Slush Fund, the Auditor General reported 82% of transactions, nearly $400 million poured into the pockets of Liberal insiders. The House demanded the government hand these documents to the RCMP. The Prime Minister refuses. How many more millions of dollars, taxpayer dollars?
Well, Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I would note that the member made reference to the Charter of Rights. You know, yesterday I heard Conservative member say that parliamentarians should have the right to put people in jail, Madam Speaker. They have no credibility when it comes to the issue of the Charter of Rights and protecting judicial independence. They are literally laughable yesterday in terms of their performance on this issue. They should be ashamed of the way in which they throw to the side the independent offices of our RCMP and they walk on the...
Honourable Member for Calgary Heritage.
Madam Speaker, the Charter protects people from government, not politicians from prison. I think that the Deputy House Leader would be well advised to think about how every parliamentarian is not above the law. While Canadians struggle with higher taxes, grocery prices and housing costs, Parliament halts. Yet Liberals still hide the truth, refusing to release documents. 2 million people turn to food banks. Liberal insiders get rich. The RCMP investigates. When will Liberals comply with the RCMP, stop obstructing justice, and give Canadians their money back?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I realize the member across the way is relatively new. Let me give him a bit of a refresher. Let me talk about Conservative corruption, the anti-terrorism scandal, the Phoenix scandal, the G8 spending scandal. Remember the gazebo? The ETS scandal, $400 million. The F-35 scandal. What about the Senate scandal? Not to mention the election scandals. Madam Speaker, there's a plural on that one because one of their members actually went to jail. Madam Speaker, we don't need to be taking lessons from the Conservative Party of Canada on scandals. They led the way.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. After 9 years of this bloc-backed Liberal government, they're just not worth the cost of corruption. The Liberals have lost control, Madam Speaker. Corruption reigns free in that party. The RCMP is doing another investigation into the Green Slush Fund. $400 million from the Green Slush Fund went to Liberals. The Auditor General alone found 186 conflicts of interest. Why does the Prime Minister refuse to tell the full truth? Why is he hiding documents from the RCMP investigation? Who's he trying to protect?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, I'm not too sure if the member across the way heard what it is that I said in terms of the Conservative corruption that is out there. This is serious stuff. Where were they when we had this type of corruption taking place? I talked about the anti-terrorism scandal, and the list goes on. I want to focus on the election scandals because the only parliamentarian that I'm aware of that was literally taken away in leg irons was the parliamentary secretary to the Prime Minister, Stephen Harper, Dean Del Mastro, Madam Speaker. Where was the Conservative Party when the Conservative Party demonstrated so much corruption?
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. You see, Madam Speaker, after 9 years, this government has a culture of secrecy and corruption, all created in the party by the Prime Minister. And it's so deeply rooted, this culture of secrecy, that the House can no longer do its job. This government is hiding documents from Canadians. This government, once again, is flouting a House of Commons order. This government is disrespecting the will of a majority of parliamentarians who want to get to the bottom of the Green Slush Fund. 2 million Canadians are going to food banks. When will Canadians be reimbursed for this government's corruption and incompetence?
Pick up on the word when the member makes reference to disrespect. When I see disrespect is when the official opposition and the leader of the far-right Conservative Party completely ignores the advice that's being provided by the independence of our RCMP as an institution and the Auditor General. Madam Speaker, I think it's irresponsible. It's ridiculous that the leader of the Conservative Party ignores that information. At the same time, you know, when we talk about corruption, talk to me about the individual that walked away in leg irons because of Conservative.
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. The House voted to put an end to having 2 classes of seniors by increasing by 10% OAS payments for those aged 65 to 74. 79% of Canadians who were polled support this. The Minister for Seniors will have to explain this. He is penalizing 12,000 seniors in his riding of Gatineau, 30,000 in the greater Gatineau area. Can he explain why his government would prefer to call an election rather than give these seniors a single penny more? The Honourable Minister for Seniors. I thank the member for correcting the math brought up yesterday about the number of 65 to 74-year-olds in the riding of Gatineau. He didn't apologize, but thank you for correcting it. Now, there is some more math for this House. 10,000, Madam Speaker. 10,000 constituents in his very riding who today are eligible for the federal Canadian Dental Care Plan that we implemented despite his vote against this plan, which helps so many people. The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Soon, they will have an opportunity to apologize to many seniors. What do the Liberals do for seniors? The Minister for Seniors is depriving 12,000 people of 10% increase in their OAS, and the Quebec Lieutenant is depriving 15,000 people, and the Prime Minister who represents Papineau is depriving 8,000 seniors of an increase. We, the Bloc Québécois, will do everything for those seniors. With Liberal MPs and ministers like that, wouldn't we be better off with an election? The Honourable Minister for Seniors. Madam Speaker, not only have we supported seniors by targeting supports to the most vulnerable seniors, we've also invested in housing. We're also very proud to have increased OAS. We also increased the exemption for taxable income so that we could help seniors who wanted to remain in the labour market. Do you know who voted against all of that, all of those measures, Madam Speaker? The member across the way and his whole party, the Bloc Québécois.
After 9 years of these NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, corruption is up, and time is up. Now it's confirmed that the RCMP is doing an investigation into this Liberal Green Slush Fund. $330 million of taxpayer funds was paid out in 186 cases of conflicts of interest. It is despicable that Liberal insiders lined their own pockets. Those who broke the law must be brought to justice. So when will this scandal-ridden government hand over all the documents to the RCMP and recover every last dollar of embezzled funds?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I would pose the question, when will the Conservative Party actually start respecting the independence of the RCMP? When will they take and start respecting the independence of the Auditor General? When will they actually start to work for Canadians inside the House of Commons by stop talking so that we could actually get on to government legislation and do what the resolution or the motion that they brought forward, and that was to see the bill or the motion actually go to the Standing Committee, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Montmagny, Lille, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Madam Speaker, 9 years of this Liberal government means 9 years of scandals. The RCMP has opened another investigation. Corruption has become synonymous with this Liberal government. Canadians are still waiting for answers about the Liberal Green Slush Fund, which paid $390 million in 180 cases of conflict of interest. This is Canadians' money, Madam Speaker. Canadians can't afford to house themselves or eat if all of their money ends up in the hands of Liberal insiders. Madam Speaker, when will this corrupt Liberal government allow Canadians to keep their money? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I have had the opportunity to answer this question, and I think in fairness, what I would like to suggest to the members opposite, that they really do listen to what the RCMP and the Auditor General have to say on the issue. If they want to do a comparison, as I've tried to highlight, the many different scandals of the Stephen Harper era in which the leader of the Conservative Party today was a part of that cabinet, Madam Speaker, I think that they need to start reflecting internally on their behavior, because not once did they ever make the type of inquiry or demand, rather than...
The Honourable Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
After 9 years of this NDP Liberal government, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, time is up, and incompetence is up. The Minister of the Environment ignored the science, and as a result, Jasper burned. The proof? His own executives were caught discussing cancelling prescribed burns for political optic reasons. Yet prescribed burns are an essential tool for preventing wildfires. Will this minister accept responsibility for his failure and apologize to the 2,000 residents of Jasper who have lost their homes and their businesses?
The Honourable Minister of Environment.
What the member opposite just said is simply not true. And if I wasn't in this House, I would probably be using another word. There's been 15 prescribed burns in the last 10 years, Madam Speaker, and the email he's referring to are Parks Canada employee discussing whether or not to use mechanical removals or prescribed burns. What he's saying is absolutely false, and he should be ashamed, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, the Minister of Environment claims to be proud of his preparations for the catastrophic Jasper wildfire, yet 1/3 of Jasper was destroyed. $1 billion in damages. 2,000 people homeless. It can hardly be described as a success. Everyone knew Jasper was a tinderbox. My former colleague Jim McGlinskey even tried to warn the government in this House as far back as 2016, yet not enough was done to protect the town of Jasper. How many more parks need to burn down before this minister is replaced by somebody who knows how fire works?
The Honourable Minister for the Environment and Climate Change.
Talk about what we're doing on this side and what they did when they were in power. The last year that this party was in power, $2 million to fight forest fires with Parks Canada. What we've done in the last few years, $85 million to help fight forest fires, to give means to our forest firing force at Parks Canada to work with the Alberta government, to work with the city of Jasper. $2 million on their side, $85 million on our side, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
Indigenous elders endured genocidal policies resulting in Indigenous women and girls being missing and murdered. Thanks to the Liberals, Wik-Wemkong First Nations elders are on the verge of exile. Long-term care facilities are important for passing on intergenerational love and knowledge to keep Indigenous peoples alive. Liberals are refusing an act of reconciliation. When will this government deliver the funding needed for the Wik-Wemkong Elders' Home?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for her question. And it's true that elders are an important part of Indigenous communities. We know that it's important to continue to support Indigenous women, especially on Sisters in Spirit Day. And I'd also like to just, while I have the ability, to congratulate the Nova Scotia Native Women's Association on their brand new Indigenous Women's Resilience Centre. They opened last month. It's the first ever in provinces across Canada. So congratulations to Nova Scotia Native Women's Association on an amazing achievement.
The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
The minister said they would hold back the Canada Disability Benefit until July 2025. What a disgrace. Over 1 million people with disabilities live in poverty today. They need support to pay for rent, groceries, and medication. And the Conservatives are no better. They'll cut dental care, health care, essential services persons with disabilities are entitled to. This government needs to act now, not next year. Will they stop the delay and deliver the Canada Disability Benefit immediately?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, this opposition party, the Conservative Party, will do nothing at all for persons with disabilities. We are the party that has stood by persons with disabilities, $6.1 billion to help people with disabilities be lifted, and this was in our budget, the biggest line item. We are proud of this, the Canada Disability Benefit. We are standing with the disability community, working together to uplift people. We are the government that is doing this. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable member for Markham Stouffville.
Madam Speaker, Canadians deserve reliable and safe travel options. That means efficient airports that can adapt to high demand. It also includes targeted investments in regional airports, such as at the Billy Bishop Toronto City Airport, located on the beautiful Toronto Islands. Could the Minister of Transport update this House about a recent announcement that will benefit Canadian travellers and improve connectivity?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board and Minister of Transport.
Madam Speaker, Canadians are asking for better service at airports. Last week, I was pleased to make an announcement at Billy Bishop Toronto City Airport with having pre-clearance at that airport. Canadians can expect smoother travel between Canada and the United States. More travel options, more economic growth, more tourism, more trade, more security. Madam Speaker, that's what it's all about. Unlike the opposition, we are here for Canadians. We're here for productivity.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Madam Speaker, the Minister from Edmonton misled committee when he testified that he had no communications with his shady business partner at or around the time of an alleged $500,000 fraud implicating a Randy. But when phone records demonstrated that that wasn't true, he changed his story and admitted to phoning and texting the shady business partner at that very time. If the minister isn't for Randy implicated in the alleged fraud, why did he mislead committee?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, it's all about character assassination from the Conservatives. Not once, but twice, the minister in question has actually been cleared by the Ethics Commissioner. Having said that, Madam Speaker, instead of attacking personalities day in and day out, maybe the Conservative Party should start listening to what Canadians are wanting to deal with. Why isn't the Conservative Party being a little bit more forthright on what their hidden agenda is really about? Canadians want to see a dental program, a pharmacare program, a school food program, a child care program, and a healthy health program.
Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Madam Speaker, let's get this straight. Text messages implicating Randy. The minister's shady business partner can't identify another Randy. We know that the minister contacted his shady business partner at the time of the alleged fraud, and text messages place the Randy in Vancouver at the same time as the minister. How much evidence is it going to take for the Prime Minister to fire this corrupt minister?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I've already answered that question. And at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, what is it going to take for the Conservative Party and the leader of that far-right Conservative Party to understand that there is an obligation to be responsible here in Ottawa on the floor of the House of Commons, Madam Speaker? That means allowing debates to occur on the important issues that Canadians are facing today. Instead of focusing their attention on the Conservative Party, Madam Speaker, they should be focusing their attention on Canadians.
The member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Well, Madam Speaker, the member dodged the question the first 2 times, so let's give him a third time. The Minister of Employment and his business partner, Stephen Anderson, have refused to cooperate with an investigation into their fraud-ridden company. For months, this minister claimed that he had no communication, that he wasn't the one referenced in the text, and that he had nothing to do with his former business partner. Finally, after relentless pressure, the minister admitted he did text his business partner, and he even called him to discuss their business, something he's prohibited from doing by law. Why did the minister, who claimed he had nothing to hide for months, hide this damning evidence?
The Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I've indicated very clearly the Ethics Commissioner, which is an independent office of the House of Commons, has not once but twice cleared the minister. Having said that, Madam Speaker, my challenge to the Conservative Party across the way is to understand that they actually have a responsibility to Canadians that goes beyond serving the Conservative Party of Canada. Madam Speaker, I would suggest that they are doing a great disservice to Canadians in every region of the country by the behavior that they take day in and day out on the floor of the House of Commons.
Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Well, Madam Speaker, I would say that this Liberal government has a responsibility to tell Canadians the truth. This minister, only after turning over his phone to the Ethics Commissioner, only after months of relentless pressure, finally admitted that he did indeed talk to his business partner, something he's not allowed to do under law. He admits that they discussed business, and this was after his business partner lied to a parliamentary committee by ridiculously claiming that the 9 references to the minister was just an autocorrect. If the minister can't be trusted to disclose what he called just an innocent conversation, how can he be trusted to be truthful?
The Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, not once, but twice the Ethics Commissioner has cleared the minister. That is the truth. The member makes reference to the truth. Seriously, Madam Speaker, this comes from a Conservative, that ultimately a Conservative Party that spreads so much misinformation and false facts, fake news, you name it, through social media, Madam Speaker. When are they going to start to be honest with Canadians and tell them what their hidden agenda is all about? I'll tell you why, because they know that...
The Honourable Member for Joliette. The Senate is thumbing its nose at farmers. This is the proof. In 82, a bill with one article supported by all the members of this House was stuck in the Senate for more than a year. More than a year to study more than one article on supply management. How come the Senate is taking so much time to study C-76 yesterday? 3 days, not one, but 3. 2 Liberal-appointed senators are blocking this bill. They are mocking farmers. Can we ask them to stop this? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Of course, we're a party that has always supported supply management. We also support this bill in question, and we expect the other place to pass this legislation. But we haven't talked about to the other party across the aisle, the official opposition. They've been rather quiet on this issue, and I hope they will also make calls to their Conservative colleagues there. The Honourable Member for Joliette. What we're asking is to speak to the senators, because their role should be to approve bills that are voted on by elected officials. This is our democracy that needs to be put first. There are 2 unknown senators that no one voted for that are blocking all of this legislation. And I would like to remind you that if this bill is not adopted by October 29th, we'll be not supporting the Liberals. And we have to protect our farmers, or are we just protecting our own behinds here? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As I said already, we're a party that's always supported supply management. We're going to continue to do so, and we're expecting the other place to pass this bill. And I know that my Bloc colleagues are doing their work at the Senate, as are we. We're making calls, but once again, I haven't heard the official opposition make any calls on their side of the House on this bill.
After 9 years, this Prime Minister is not worth the cost or the corruption. We now know the Prime Minister's friend and media buddy, Tom Clark, was instrumental when it came to purchasing his new $9 million luxury condo on Billionaires Row in New York, a condo which includes Italian marble, a $5,000 coffee machine, and a golf simulator. This as Canadians continue to struggle with an unprecedented cost of living crisis. Will the Liberal government admit there is no justification for Canadian taxpayers having to foot the bill for this lavish condo?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The truth is, and the fact is simple, that the new residence that has been purchased will cut costs, will save money. On this side of the House, we'll always stand up for Canada and the best interests of Canadians. We'll engage with international leaders. We will continue to do the work that we need to do internationally, diplomatically, while saving taxpayers' money. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
After 9 years of these NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and time is up. The Liberals' $60 million Arrive scam exposed contracting fraud on taxpayers, called bait and switch. High-priced consultants overbill, underdeliver, and sometimes don't even do the work. High-priced consultants line their pockets while taxpayers are paying the bills. Canada's contracting watchdog is launching a review. How much contracting fraud will taxpayers be on the hook for, and will the Liberals get Canadians their money back?
Great question. Here.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, we have said time and time again that we expect our procurement process to follow all of the rules and regulations. Any misconduct will come with severe consequences. The CBSA has already implemented a number of measures to strengthen the transparency around procurement processes. They are working with the various commissioners to find additional ways to ensure that Canadians can have trust in our procurement process with CBSA, and we are supportive of the CBSA's work in this area.
The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Madam Speaker, according to media reports, this Liberal government has covered up the contamination of a Transport Canada dock operated in northern Albertan Indigenous communities. The big dock, as it's referred to, is known as a community hub. It's where couples go for a walk, where people fish, where kids go to play and swim. Did this government really cover up the contamination of this dock? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I want to say that safety is my top priority as Minister of Transport, and I hear and understand the concerns from the First Nations communities. It is absolutely crucial for remote and northern and Indigenous communities to have access to safe and reliable connectivity that they need. I will work with them to ensure that the operations at the facility are being carried out safely. The work is ahead of us, and we will make sure that we're on top of it. Thank you.
Good answer.
Honourable Member for Ottawa-Vanier.
Madam Speaker, wildfires are becoming more and more unpredictable. As keepers of the land, Indigenous communities have long held deep local knowledge to mitigate their impacts. Earlier this week, the Leader of the Opposition tokenized Indigenous cultural practices when it comes to protecting the environment. To the Minister of Indigenous Services, why is it important that First Nations take the lead when protecting communities, lands, and waters?
Here, here.
The Honourable Minister for Indigenous Services.
Madam Speaker, thank you so much to the member for Ottawa-Vanier for the question. And as she knows, there's a direct link between climate change and wildfires, extreme wildfires that we've been seeing across the country worsening for First Nation members. And so we've changed the way that the Government of Canada supports First Nations so that they have the supports financially and from a self-determination place to be able to protect their communities. And good news, last wildfire season, Madam Speaker, half as many people evacuated from First Nations communities. We're going to continue to work with the real experts in this country, Madam Speaker, First Nations and their partner.
The honourable member for Brentford Brant.
Madam Speaker, another day, another shooter on our streets. This time a 21-year-old dirtbag, or as described by a veteran detective, a muppet, with a record of 21 failures to comply with court orders, and not surprisingly, out on bail, sent a young cop to the emergency ward with a bullet in his gut. This NDP Liberal government's hug-a-thug mentality is putting cops and the public in emergency rooms and in morgues. When will this government prioritize safety rather than empathy for cop shooters?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That last statement is just outrageous. I live in the City of Toronto where this police officer worked. Myself, my family, and my neighbours rely on them every single day, and we're grateful for the work they do.
Hear, hear.
This member is a former Crown prosecutor, as he likes to remind us time and time again. It's provincial responsibility to deal with the enforcement of bail laws. The Crown prosecutors are appointed by the province of Ontario. The justices of the peace who administer the laws are appointed and paid for by the province of Ontario. He's asking the wrong people the question.
The honourable member for Brentford Brant.
Almost everyone they arrest is out on bail. No one stays in jail where they belong. And they laugh. This is the president of the Toronto Police Association. Wake up. Every day, Canadians are waking up to more news of shootings and murders. The minister bragged that his bail reform bill would make our streets safer, but the truth is more criminals are out on bail and Canadians are more frightened than ever. This bill is a complete failure. How many more lost lives is it going to take for the government to finally embrace jail, not bail, for serious violence?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Once again, he's pointing in the wrong direction. Right. There are justices of the peace every day in the province of Ontario who are releasing people on bail because of the inhumane conditions.
Can I interrupt the honourable member? I had a question. We allow the Parliamentary Secretary to answer. Order! From the top.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Every single day in the province of Ontario, there are justices of the peace who are appointed by the provincial government who are letting people out on bail because the conditions inside provincially built, provincially funded, and provincially operated prisons are inhumane and not okay for people, even prisoners, to be in. There is judicial decisions by justices of the peace who have considered this fact regularly, and they said until those conditions change, that's going to be a major consideration when they're listening to bail applications.
The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
The fact is, Madam Speaker, after 9 years of these Liberals, of these NDP Liberals, violent crime in Canada is up 50%. That is their responsibility, Madam Speaker, and it's really no wonder. Police report there are 790 repeat violent offenders just walking the streets in Mississauga and Brampton. Police say almost everyone they arrest is out on bail, yet Liberals have made it very clear, especially yesterday in question period, that they support repeat violent offenders getting bail no matter what, no matter who gets hurt, Madam Speaker. What is it going to take for the Liberals to realize that their catch and release policies are costing innocent Canadians their lives?
Parliamentary Secretary.
They just don't understand, Madam Speaker. They don't want to understand, Madam Speaker. The laws are in place. They can't be enforced properly because the province is underfunding the system. 1 hour ago, none other than Ben Mulroney was on his podcast, and he said one of the biggest problems is the lack of resources provided by the provincial government in the province of Ontario, and that's why people are getting out on bail. Full stop. They need to pay attention, look in the right direction. The laws here are in place. They stop sensationalizing and be serious.
The honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Madam Speaker, the Halifax Regional Municipality is home to a thriving maritime defence industry. Fleet Week, the Halifax International Security Forum, and of course our Atlantic Navy Fleet. In Dartmouth Cole Harbour alone, we're home to a thriving defence innovation ecosystem, including the Centre for Ocean Ventures and Entrepreneurship, and hundreds of startups and established companies working and innovating in this sector. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence share with this House how our government's investments in defence and industry will benefit the Halifax Regional Municipality, Canada, and the world.
Mr. Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Thank you very much. As a proud founding member of NATO, we know Canada must do our fair share on the world stage. And this week, I was very pleased to open one of 3 international headquarters for the NATO Defense Innovation Accelerator for the North Atlantic, or DIANA, in Halifax, Madam Speaker. DIANA will facilitate cooperation between military operators and NATO's best and brightest startups, researchers, and tech companies. While the Conservatives are against funding for NATO DIANA, we, on this side of the House, are investing in Atlantic Canadian ingenuity and promoting NATO's defense excellence here at home.
The honourable member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Canada made a commitment to eliminate new cases of HIV by 2030, and there's still time to stop the spread of HIV, which is now hitting Indigenous women and other marginalized Canadians hardest. Community-based HIV organizations have laid out the necessary path in 2 proposals costing less than $175 million. Will this government provide the necessary funding to community-based HIV/AIDS organizations to ensure all Canadians are able to access HIV testing and then get connected to care? Or, despite its promises, is this government okay to continue to see the number of new HIV cases in Canada rise instead of fall?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and I want to thank the member opposite for his steadfast advocacy for patients suffering from HIV/AIDS. I believe that the member opposite would agree that we are all committed to making sure that we provide care for people who suffer from HIV/AIDS, and that's why our government has been investing over almost $90 million to help tackle sexually transmitted and blood-borne infections across Canada, which includes almost over $30 million under the HIV and Hepatitis C Community Action Fund and the Harm Reduction Fund. Of course, there's more work to be done, and we'll continue to work with all members of this House to ensure that all Canadians suffering from HIV...
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabaska. Madam Speaker, Quebecers who use community clinics, hospital dental departments, or long-term care homes can't access the federal dental care program because of disputes between the Quebec and Canadian governments. Some of these patients are children, are vulnerable, or less affluent, or have a disability. Dentists are sorry that they can't register their patients. All of these people are trapped and penalized because our governments can't get their act together. Can the Prime Minister tell us what stage discussions are at so that this unacceptable situation can be resolved? The Honourable Minister. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for his question, and I share his indignation with respect to the Quebec government that wants to prevent dental treatment to the most vulnerable members of our society, people who are in long-term care homes, children in the hospital, Saint-Justine, who don't have access to this care, even though they pay their taxes. Normally, the Bloc would be against this, and I would ask them to add their voices to ours. It's a lack of judgment from the Quebec government.
Ainsi prend fin la période de questions orales. Volume des...
Earpiece volume. I wish to inform the House that the volume of earpieces will now be reset.
We'll have to readjust the volume. Okay, daily routine of business. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents? No. Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Présentation de rapports de comité. Dépôt de projets de loi émanant de députés. Première lecture des projets de loi d'intérêt public émanant du Sénat. Motions. Présentation de pétitions. Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise to present a petition in which petitioners are calling on this Parliament to pass Bill S-281, known as Brian's bill in honor of Brian Olisic, who was murdered in a triple murder at the University of Alberta in Edmonton. And petitioners are calling for this bill to be passed to prevent criminals convicted of multiple murders, or murder for that matter, from being eligible for parole after serving their minimum sentence.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Petitioners from my constituency in Saanich Gulf Islands have been persistent in raising issues, including in this petition, relating to the need to protect old-growth forests and the species that depend upon them, particularly in the case of the marbled murrelet, an extraordinarily small seabird that only nests on the forest floor of old-growth forests. The petitioners are calling for the Government of Canada to immediately protect all critical old-growth habitat for marbled murrelets, and that would be habitat that could be protected federally through the Canadian government's commitment to the Migratory Birds Convention Act. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Présentation de pétition, je reconnais l'honorable député de Bruce Gray.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Bruce Gray and Sound.
Two petitions to present today. The first petition, signed by a number of my constituents in my riding, actually supports my private member's bill 377, which would allow parliamentarians to apply for a secret security clearance, and they call upon the House here to swiftly pass my bill to allow parliamentarians that ability to apply for a secret security clearance. The second petition I have to present is one where the constituents in my riding are pointing out that after 9 years of this Liberal government, that the economy is in terrible shape, there's crime, chaos, and drugs in the street, and therefore they're calling upon the government to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, stop the crime, and immediately have a vote of non-confidence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de pétition. Questions inscrites au feuilleton. Je reconnais le secrétaire parlementaire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour. Resuming debate on a privilege motion concerning the alleged failure to produce documents pertaining to Sustainable Development Technology Canada, standing in the name of Mr. Scheer, and on the amendment of Mr. Berthoud.
Avant que je reconnaisse.
Before giving the floor to the next speaker, I would just mention that the member for Saanich Gulf Island has some time left, but I want to ensure that interpretation is working properly. Is everything working? Yes. Very well. So 1 minute left. A brief question. The member for Saanich Gulf Islands has 1 minute. The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Thank you, Speaker. So my question to the Honourable Member is look, this is an organization with that had incredible potential, $1 billion. It received a clean audit in 2017 after being under Conservative stewardship, but following the appointment of a Liberal-friendly board chair, we have seen identified conflict of interest and frankly, grift and corruption. Does she think that we need to have these documents referred to the RCMP so that Canadians can get accountability for their money?
L'honorable député de Saanich.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands, 30 seconds, please.
Thank you to my honourable colleague from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes. I hope I got that right. The question of reference to the RCMP is of less critical importance to me as a parliamentarian than that when Parliament asks for the documents, they should be delivered to Parliament. But that was part of the motion that was carried. The RCMP is, of course, a separate agency from Parliament, and I think it's important to recognize that. But once the House has them, we should make them public, and that would include the RCMP.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député Denis Pian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've been listening to this debate for quite some time, and some of the interesting things I'm learning. But it has still not clarified certain confusion I have. I keep hearing the word Parliament is supreme. I agree that the parliament is supreme in many ways, but does it have absolute power? As we say, it is supreme. And I am not very sure that we have that. Canadian system of government, Mr. Speaker, as we all know, that we have three branches. The legislative branch, which passes the laws, the executive that implements those laws, and the judicial branch that interprets them. So this is the thing I understand, and both the RCMP and Auditor General have expressed their concern that the separation of powers that we have is getting blurred in this instant. Whenever we, Parliament has got lots of powers, but we are subject to the Constitution. In my limited knowledge, I can say that while we have the process to amend the Constitution, but as long as there is a Constitution, we have to follow whatever we do. It has to be within that confines of the things laid out in the Constitution. Whenever the word supreme is used, for me, in the democratic context, it reminds me of the word supreme used to describe, say, the Iranian supreme leader who has trampled on the basic fundamental rights of millions and millions of Iranian people. But the current government, the current system, they describe him as the supreme leader, basically giving him the absolute power to do anything he wants. Again, there's another country in the world where the word is actually used. The supreme word is used in this constitution, that is North Korea. North Korean constitution explicitly names its chief as the supreme leader who represents the state. So whenever the word supreme is used, I am slightly uncomfortable because in my view, it denotes absolute power, and we know that absolute power corrupts absolutely. So that is something that I am concerned about. And the Westminster system of democracy we follow is being followed in other parts of the world. Some exactly follow the model that is being followed in United Kingdom. Some others, small variations, but fundamentally they are all the same. In some countries, there's no clear division of power, though it may be there in their constitution, but I know one of the biggest democracies in the world where the legislatures interfere directly in the working of the executive, in the day-to-day administration. That is the sole responsibility of the executive. There's a constant, direct interference. But we are not that. We are a different society. We follow the Constitution. Some people ask me, how come Canada is rich? Canada is so successful. When there are other countries who have more natural resources, more richness in natural resources than Canada. So I explained to them that Canada is rich, successful, one of the best countries to live in the world, because the way the society has organized itself. The society has promoted this democratic concept, and the elected officials at all levels of the governments are answerable to the people who elect them. And that is something that keeps a good check on the powers of the elected officials. So in Canada, we have been always following the rule of the law. Again, there are many countries who may be richer in natural resources than us, but they are not as successful because the way we have organized ourselves, the Canadian society has organized itself, is not practiced in those countries. So again, for me, whenever people say Parliament is supreme, this is the concern I have, that I think we should understand what is allowed by law, by Constitution, and what is the Convention. Convention is also as important as the rule of the law, like the spirit of the law is as important as the letter of the law. On STDC, I'm actually disappointed what happened in STDC. one of the three objectives that brought me into politics. My third objective was that I wanted to ensure that Canada continues to remain at the forefront of the knowledge-based economies. The world is moving towards a knowledge-based economy, so I wanted to ensure that Canada is at the forefront of the new technologies, the new innovations that are heralding the countries into this global digital economy. I wanted to ensure that. And before joining politics, Mr. Speaker, I was on the board of Invest Ottawa. Invest Ottawa is a great organization. It was set up to promote Ottawa, to lead Ottawa into the new world by promoting the technology sector. Ottawa is a government town. We all know that. Maximum number of federal employees live in this beautiful city. But the city of Ottawa, when the then mayor Jim Watson was elected, formed this Invest Ottawa so that we can focus on using the knowledge power we have to promote the technology sector. And I was working in private sector, in private defense technology sector then. I was asked to come on the board. And we are so proud that Ottawa is moving in the direction that was envisaged when Invest Ottawa was formed. So STDC was a good addition to the various things that are there, various institutions are there that promote not only the new technologies but sustainable technologies, all those things that help Canada to move to get its rightful place at the forefront of the knowledge-based economy. So I was very happy to see the operations of STDC when it was funding the new technologies, the sustainable technologies. And I was very disappointed when the reports started coming up where the conflict of interest was being floated and the number of instances during which it was being done. That was very painful for me to hear. Now that STDC has come under the Natural Resources Canada, that is a matter of concern to me. No disrespect to the bureaucrats, the officials working at Natural Resources Canada. They have successfully managing certain industrial assistance programs like the IRAP, Industrial Research Assistant Program. They have been successfully managing that, but still it's a government department. So it doesn't have the flexibility that an arm's length body like STDC has. We have got great crown corporations from Export Development Canada to other major crown corporations. So STDC on its own as a crown corporation would have the flexibility of conducting its operations wherein the things related to new technology is not actually available in paper well in advance for the people to gain knowledge, understand them, and take moves to promote them. So it needed people who are actually in the field to help and guide the funding of these new technologies, new companies. So that was a good way of promoting this, but now it has come into Natural Resources Canada. So I have a bit of a concern that the bureaucratic rules, they're certainly not, is not a problem, bureaucracy by its actual definition, but sometimes the rules that get evolved by the bureaucratic systems that does cast to tighten the flexibility that is required to promote new technologies. So that unfortunate is development. Now I'm waiting and seeing. The funding has been restored. The funding streams have been restored. I believe they are working now. And I am looking forward to see how the companies are getting funded from STDC through the NRC house they're in. So that is a matter of concern. And again, talking of STDC and the new technologies, Mr. Speaker, I'm very much interested in the mines to mobility sector. This is the movement of the world towards the clean economy it is offering us $1 trillion opportunity. $1 trillion opportunity. More than that, it is a necessity for us. It is necessity for us to be part of that clean economy, but at the same time, this necessity also offers an economic opportunity. So this Minds to Mobility is a larger, it's a small part of this larger movement towards that, and this strategy is expected to position government at the forefront of this new electrical vehicle sectors and everything connected to batteries, including the energy storage. One small thing about energy storage, Mr. Speaker, is that the potential of energy storage is huge, and it makes the wind power, the solar power, much more viable propositions. Today, the wind power and the solar power are economically viable on their own, but the efficiency that brings in with the storage that we can have, the energy storage that we can achieve through the batteries, makes them much more viable, and that will transform the movement towards a clean economy. I'm from Ontario. I'm glad to state that Ontario is one country that has moved away from power generation using coal. I wish the entire Canada we moved towards that. Recently, I heard a report, one of the G7 countries or one of the OECD countries became the first country to move entire power generation without using coal. I think we should go towards that. Coming back to STDC and the Minds to Mobility, there are certain things what organizations like STDs can do. They can identify the new technology. However, these new technologies have to be implemented. When our government was formed in 2015, we renamed the industry ministry as Innovation and Economic Development, Innovation, Science and Economic Development Ministry. Then I told the then minister, please don't use the word innovation in any sentence if you don't have the word commercialization also in the same sentence. So the Minds to Mobility things is going up. There are still problems in there. The time required for the development of new mines is quite the regulatory barriers that exploration of new mines is still too long. I know the federal government is working with the provinces by forming, for example, we have formed what is called the Ontario Table with the province of Ontario, so that we can all align our resources to reduce the timeline required, to stop sequential approval process instead of what we can do concurrently or simultaneously, and reduce the time that is required to develop a new mines. Well, that is a problem. In the Minds to Mobility thing, we have also got a problem with related to processing of these minerals. Today, China controls 70 to 90% of the processing of critical minerals that are the most essential part of movements towards the electrical vehicle industry and the energy storage industries using batteries. And we don't have enough projects in the pipeline yet to make us comfortable that we will take our rightful position in the entire Minds to Mobility spectrum. So that is something that is been pending. Hopefully we should be able to address this. And another, again, our system of federation means that certain powers are not with the federal government, but it is with the provincial government. Again, under the Minds to Mobility strategy, one key component is the transmission and distribution. The electric grid is under the provincial jurisdiction, and I don't see a lot of things happening there. I hope a federal government will take a step forward working with provinces to make sure that the huge expected usage of electricity that is going to come, and we have enough power generation and the grid for the transmission and distribution of that. On the power generation front, I have no issues. I think we can crank up the power generations by using the natural gas that we have. But is the grid, the electricity grid for the transportation and transmission and distortion, that is something that we need to look at. And again, STDC was one small part of the bigger objective for us to move towards this clean economy, this trillion-dollar opportunities. I think we had to refocus again on how to bring it back to its original objective, in delivering its original objectives under this. And on this particular motion, Mr. Speaker, there are some concerns. RCMP and Auditor General both have expressed their deep concern that we are blurring the separation of powers that that has been described in our Constitution. So whenever Auditor General says, I give the Auditor General words utmost respect. When I got first elected in 2015, for the first 4 years, I was the member of Public Accounts Committee. I did not know the importance of that committee till I joined. Then I realized that is the most important oversight committee that the House of Commons has. And that is where I interacted for 4 years with the then Auditor General and learned quite a bit about the role of the Office of Auditor General and how important it is in the functioning of our country's system. And whenever the Auditor General expresses a matter of concern, whenever expresses any concern on any of the things that we do, I take it with utmost respect and with utmost seriousness, and that is where I have the problem with this motion. Because according to RCMP and according to Auditor General, they are concerned about the blurring of this division of responsibility, the separation of the powers. And RCMP in particular, Mr. Speaker, I understand in July RCMP had written to the law clerk of the House of Commons that they have got difficulty in accepting and using the documents or the records that has been contemplated now through this motion in their investigation, because it will trample on the charter rights of the suspects. So my problem is that if RCMP is unable to use the records, the files that we intend to pass it on to them, then are we not actually defeating the very purpose what we want to achieve, that any criminality should be probed and investigated and the criminal should be brought to justice? What we are doing here, in my view, is sort of counterproductive to the ultimate object of all members of this House. Our objective is that any suspected corruption should be thoroughly investigated, the criminal should be brought to book. However, the process that we are adopting here, it may act as a barrier in achieving that. That is the major problem I have, major concern I have with this. I have listened to many of the members here, but still now nobody has been. I have asked questions several times to several members. RCMP is an independent body, and they know what to do, how to do. We don't have to tell them how to do it. If they want any record, any file, they know the process. They have got a legal process that they can go through and obtain whatever they want to for them to complete their investigation. But if we should not hinder in their ability or the capacity to do their work. And thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, je reconnais.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Speaker, I appreciated the intervention from the member from Nepean, and I also appreciate, as a fellow member of the Industry Committee, the work that he does. He asks usually, not usually, all the time, very thoughtful questions, and I appreciate that. And I listened to your intervention on this privilege motion intently, and I know that you also have an extensive business career before you were elected in 2015. Sorry, this member had an extensive business background. And I want to ask this member, in that situation when he was an investment banker, if he found that one of the people that worked for him had taken client money, would he have waited till the RCMP discovered it and applied to the court to get the documents, or would he have called in the police himself and turned the documents over? Because that's the essence and the difference in the argument that the government is making versus we are with this production of documents.
L'honorable député de Nepean.
The honourable member for Nepean.
I thank the honourable member for his words. Just a clarification, I was not an investment banker, I was an investment advisor. Though investment advisor sounds big, is basically a sales job of getting a business. Anyway, that is not the question here. The example the honourable member gave, if I had an employee who did something wrong, will I not refer him or her to RCMP? That is exactly right. We do that. But here, the situation is not the same. RCMP is aware. In fact, if I recall, during the question period, the honourable member mentioned that the RCMP has started the investigation or something to that words. So when the RCMP has started or is aware, if they have started their investigation, they have got a legal process through which they can obtain any records that may need in their investigation, and that will not trample on the charter rights of any Canadians.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
Je reconnais
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
So what we've seen before with this government, when there have been document production orders from the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, the government has used things like invoking cabinet confidence to not release documents to the RCMP. The RCMP has been very clear that that's a matter of fact and matters dealing with this Prime Minister. What the House has done here, though, is made an order, a legally binding order of the government. So we have a solution to the problem that the RCMP would eventually face when looking to get these records, and that's the government looking to obstruct it. But we also have a legal order from the House of Commons to produce it. So what is the legal basis that this government thinks that it can now just decide what the House of Commons can and cannot do? Does this Prime Minister know better than the majority of members democratically elected to this House of Commons?
L'honorable député.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the honourable member said that RCMP will eventually face problems. RCMP has not expressed any problems. RCMP have not stated that they are not getting any records or the documents that they need in this investigation. If the time comes when RCMP expressly states that they are facing a problems, then a solution can be worked out. But let's not presume or assume that RCMP will eventually face problems and try to push forward a solution which is actually counterproductive.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Speaker, the member for Nepean said that he was concerned with conflicts of interest. And disappointed. And I would say that's putting it mildly, because we're talking here about 186 conflicts of interest involving board members, in which $330 million improperly went out the door, much of it funneled into board members' companies. Now, the Minister of Industry knew about it, or had to have known about it, given the fact that an assistant deputy minister sat in on each and every board meeting when these conflicts occurred. So what does the member say about the minister's responsibility and, frankly, his complicity in the corruption at the Green Slush Fund? Because if one were to listen to the member's remarks, one would be under the impression that this was some distant arm's-length foundation when nothing could be further from the truth.
Good point.
L'honorable député de Nepean.
The honourable member for Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with the member about the severity of the conflict of interest, especially when huge amounts of money is involved. I absolutely agree this matter has to be investigated. If there is corruption or any criminality there, it has to be investigated, and the criminals should be brought to justice. My only question is that, what's the process? The process, in my view, is that RCMP is aware of it, and according to another member today, the RCMP has started their investigation. Let us go through that process. Let us not do something that actually hinders the process of investigation.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The honourable member. And Parliamentary Secretary.
I want to pick up on the point that we have to ensure that people understand that are following the debate that the ministers responsible took action. There was independent reviews that were done once it was found out upon. We had the Auditor General in Canada taking action on, in which we've complied with or working with the Auditor General. And at the end of the day, there was a freezing of the funds when we had found out the new funds that were going to be allocated out. These are all tangible things to ensure that there is accountability. And in terms of transparency, we had standing committee that has had all sorts of discussions on it. Today's debate is to send it back to a standing committee. And my question to the member is, would he just pick up on the point that why the Conservative Party doesn't listen to what the RCMP are actually saying in terms of their concern with respect to the manner in which this motion is actually even being brought because of very real concerns that they have.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with the member that there are various actions that have been taken. The moment this was brought to the notice, Auditor General looked into it, and there's a process involved. And honest, I too have the concern what the member is implying, that the process that we are going through it is a bit problematic. I'm still not very clear whether it's going to be productive. My concern is that the process that we are adopting here is going to be counterproductive, and it may actually hamper the investigation.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for South Shore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member for Winnipeg North clearly hasn't followed all the facts on all of this. The member doesn't clearly understand that what happened here was that a whistleblower came to the department, the minister's department, after 40 months. The current minister had been sitting in his office while he had an ADM in every meeting where 82% of the transactions were conflicted. Yet it took a whistleblower going to the department for 3 months, and after frustration that nothing happened with the minister, that whistleblower went public and it appeared in the media, and all of a sudden then the minister said, oh, there's something going on in my department, I guess I should do something. So it's a total falsehood to claim that the minister in this government did anything. They didn't do anything till it was in the public. And I'd like the member to comment on that.
The Honourable Member for Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, the conflict of interest, I think we should first thank the whistleblower for making it public. I certainly appreciate it. Thankfully, we have a whistleblower protection act that was passed, and we need more whistleblowers in various government and even arm's length organizations wherever corruption takes place. It should not happen. I think it's all very clear that what has been done since then. The Auditor General has looked into it, the reports have been produced, and RCMP, I believe, according to the same member, RCMP has started their investigation sooner. I mean, at least, if not, it should have been done a bit earlier, but at least now it has started. Let's see how it goes. Let's wait for the logical end.
We have time left for a quick question, 15 or 20 seconds. The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
So to the main question that we have here, the House, by majority vote, not just the Conservatives, have ordered that these documents be produced. On what basis can the government refuse a legal order of the majority of democratically elected members?
The Honourable Member, 15 seconds.
Speaker, I got this small concern. Whenever majority of the members here decide something, is it absolute? That's my question.
Resuming debate, I recognize the Honourable Member for South Kirk-Interlake.
Mr. Speaker, and I'm glad to join in on today's debate on the question of privilege and the violation of parliamentary privilege by the Liberal government in refusals to produce documents as it relates to the SDTC scandal. Now, we know, and I'll just do a quick recap for those that are just tuning in. We know that the government has taken the Sustainable Development Technology Canada and turned it into a green slush fund for Liberal insiders and friends. The Auditor General did a complete investigation on the governance of SDTC because a whistleblower had come forward. And she found over $390 million worth of contracts were given inappropriately by the board of directors, who all had multiple conflicts of interest. Now, SDTC is a Crown corporation. It's funded fully by the taxpayers of Canada, and every person that serves on that board of directors, including its CEO, is appointed by this government. The Liberal Minister of Industry individually appoints through order in council all of those directors. It should be noted, and as a former chair of the Environment Committee who worked closely with SDTC, that the committee, or that organization, had worked perfectly until 2017. In 2017, the former Minister of Industry, Navdeep Bains, who is no longer a member in this House, went and hired on with Rogers Corporation and making a pile of money doing that. He fired the existing chair and board of SDTC and loaded it up with Liberal friends and insiders, many of them who had already received grants through Sustainable Development Technology Canada. Now, when the Auditor General started doing her research, she found that there was $58 million. We're not talking pennies here. This makes ad scam look like nickel and dime stuff. This is $58 million were awarded on 10 ineligible projects. She found another $334 million on 186 cases of money that was given to projects in which the 9 board members actually had a conflict of interest and never recused themselves from the decision-making process. And that in $58 million worth of projects, almost $59 million worth of projects, that there was no contribution agreement or terms that were ever met. Now, the Auditor General made it clear that the failure of this is upon the Liberal Minister of Industry, who didn't follow through on his oversight and making sure that governance was followed. He turned a blind eye when they found out that they were actually handing out money to Liberal insiders. And we know that the Minister of the Environment was tied to Cycle Capital, one of the companies that was receiving grants from SDTC, and we know that there was actually a board member on that fund who was also with Cycle Capital, who said that his shares increased by 1,000% after receiving SDTC funding. 1,000%. And the Minister of Environment benefited as well. That is corruption at its core. We also know that yesterday, the RCMP opened up their investigation into the 9 directors identified by the Auditor General in the SDTC Green Slush Fund scandal. But should we at all be surprised by this, Mr. Speaker? You know, this is a Liberal government that has always been ethically challenged. It is scandal-plagued, and the Liberals have a culture of corruption. And all I have to do is go back, and I mentioned ad scam from 2000 to 2004. I was elected in 2004. And we were dealing with the ad scam fallout back then. But we've witnessed it going on and on as we move forward. You know, let's not forget SNC-Lavalin scandal in 2019, where the Prime Minister put pressure on his Justice Minister at the time, Jody Wilson-Raybould, to approve contracts to and also provide a pardon to SNC-Lavalin so that they can tender on and bid on government contracts again. She said no, and the Prime Minister fired Jody Wilson-Raybould because she wouldn't follow his word. She did her job as the Attorney General of Canada in making sure that the law was respected and that these individuals weren't given a free pass for their fraudulent activities in other countries and here in Canada. We know that the Prime Minister was found in violation by the Ethics Commissioner for putting undue pressure on Jody Wilson-Raybould. And of course, that wasn't the first time that he had been found in violation of our ethics rules. It was only the second time, but he's the first Prime Minister in history to actually face an ethics scandal. We look back on the WE scandal of 2020, and here we had the Liberals, again, trying to shovel money into the hands of their friends at the WE charity, over $500,000. Luckily, we were able to get that stopped. But we found out, again, Liberal insiders, including Bill Marneau, who, the former Minister of Finance, was actually tied directly back to the WE charity. His daughter worked for the WE charity, and he was in there advocating, not recusing himself from decision-making processes. You look at all the foreign interference that has taken place in the blind eye that has been given by these Liberals on what's happening here. The Arrive Scan scam is another one that, again, we have millions and millions of dollars going in the pockets of two guys that we found out later that the ArriveCan app could have been set up for about $154 million. But no, we're talking $54 million plus that was used by these individuals to enrich themselves because they were tied directly to Liberal insiders. And let's not forget about the Winnipeg Lab documents in 2021. In 2020 it started. The House requested and ordered for the production of documents. The government stalled it and blocked it and even took the Speaker to court to try to stop the production of these documents that showed, when we did receive them finally this year, that the two scientists in question were actually operatives for the People's Liberation Army in Beijing, and that viruses were shipped to China, that intel on different vaccines were also shipped over to China, and who knows what other security breaches happened at the National Microbiology Lab in Winnipeg. And the Liberals were too scared to let the public see it. And they were so scared in 2021 that instead of providing those documents and having everything come out through the Supreme Court, they called an election. And that, of course, prorogued Parliament, and the process stopped. I think some of us over here would actually like these guys to, call an election now, so that we can have an election that stops the documents coming forward if that's what the Liberals want to do. And Canadians can make the decision on how badly they want to put the Liberals in the penalty box based upon their continued unethical behavior and corruption that they plague their government. Now, I've mentioned that there's been ongoing ethical violations by this government as well. The Prime Minister was found to be guilty for taking a private vacation on Billionaire Island and using unsanctioned aircraft. We know that Bill Marneau was found in the WE scandal, had to resign over it. We know that the Public Safety Minister has been found guilty by the Ethics Commissioner on 2 different occasions, including awarding family members clam contracts in one of the Crown corporations. He was also found guilty of having his sister-in-law, I believe it was, made as the interim ethics commissioner. Like, how is there any, unbiased there when they're family members? And we make for interesting family gatherings like Christmas supper. And we also got the trade minister who went and gave her BFF, her campaign manager, contracts directly out of her department, out of her office, without tendering them out at all. And she was found in violation of the ethics rules. And now we have the Liberals obstructing our parliamentary process. They are also obstructing justice. Will they turn these documents over to the RCMP? I doubt it. They're going to claim some sort of cabinet secrecy. But, we have to make sure that the rules of this place, our parliamentary procedure, our Constitution, our Charter, even the British North America Act, is respected. And that's the last thing that these Liberals are doing, Mr. Speaker. Now, they keep claiming, well, this is all about charter rights. And I'll just repeat what the leader of the Conservative Party said yesterday. The Charter of Rights and Freedoms is designed to protect the people from the government, not provide a cover for the government to hide documents from the people. And we have to recognize that the supremacy of our democratic institution, the Parliament of Canada, is the overall legislative body that writes the rules, that writes the laws, and directs our justice system, not the other way around. And the Liberals are always trying to tilt that discussion. So I just want to say this, that if you look at the rules, Standing Order 108(1)A, which gives the power to the House of Commons, to committees, to Parliament, to order the production of papers. And it, just to reiterate it right out of here, the House of Commons Procedures and Practice, 3rd edition, often we call it Bos Gagnon. And as we look at Chapter 3, page 137, and it says this about Parliament. It says the only limitations which could only be self-imposed would be that an inquiry should relate to the subject within the legislative competence of Parliament, particularly where witnesses and documents are required and the penal jurisdiction of Parliament is contemplated. This dovetails with the right of each House of Parliament to summon and compel the attendance of all persons within the limits of their jurisdiction. It goes on to say, the power to send for persons, papers, and records has been delegated by the House of Commons to its committees in the standing orders. It is well established that Parliament has the right to order any and all documents to be laid before it which it believes are necessary for its information. The power to call for persons, papers, and records is absolute. It's absolute. And the Liberals here continue to avoid, dither, delay, deflect, rather than comply with an order of the House. And then we know, Mr. Speaker, based upon the Speaker's decision, when he came to the conclusion that this is a prima facie question of privilege that has been established, and that's what we're in here debating today and have been all week. Because in it, he said, the procedural precedents and authorities are abundantly clear. The House has the undoubted right to order the production of any and all documents from any entity or individual it deems necessary to carry out its duties. And here we have a majority of duly elected honorable members from across the country that are calling on the government to deliver. And I wonder if we're going to see the Liberals go and try to block this process again, either by taking the Speaker back to court because they do not respect Parliament, or are they going to prorogue and stop all processes again? Possibly. That's something that we're all wondering about. Or if they really think that this should be something that the people of Canada should have a say on, let's call an election. And then we can talk about things like the carbon tax and how it's impacting and hurting Canadians from coast to coast to coast. We can talk about how their out-of-control policies and hug-a-thug have created crime and chaos on our streets, the worst that we've ever seen. We can talk about how the housing crisis is making it impossible for young Canadians to achieve the Canadian dream of owning their own home. And we can talk about how the reckless spending is breaking our country, driving up inflation, and hurting employment right across this country. Never mind, productivity is on the downturn, that we are now making 50% less, or the Americans are making 50% more than we are. That to me is troubling, to say the least, because when they came to power, the financial situation in this country was strong. Canadians were making more money in the middle class than what Americans were, and now we have fallen so far back because of the uncreative and negating policies that have hurt Canadians all over our country. Now, we know that when you look at some of these situations, and I just got to find my papers here. This all came to light because of a whistleblower who's been at committee, and I just want to read some of their quotes onto the record here. And this one, I think, is a couple here that are really important. It says, first of all, the true failure of the situation stands at the feet of our current government, whose decision to protect wrongdoers and cover up their findings over the last 12 months is a serious indictment of how our democratic systems and institutions are being corrupted by political interference. By the Liberals themselves, Mr. Speaker, and we hear it here all the time, that they are not at all trying to comply with the Auditor General report or what the Industry Committee has said. They have not tried to comply with this order to produce the papers that are so necessary in getting down to the bottom of what happened here and how their friends and Liberal insiders are getting rich while the rest of us continue to get poorer. Goes on to say, I think the current government is more interested in protecting themselves and protecting the situation being a public nightmare, and they'd rather protect the wrongdoers and financial mismanagement than have to deal with a situation like this SDTC and the public sphere. So again, instead of bringing this out in the open, we want to talk about transparency. We know that sunlight is the best disinfectant, so let the sun shine in. Open up the louvers. Maybe we can get it down here, and we'll actually have some actual truth and honesty coming from this Liberal government. So, Madam Speaker, I look at this, and the whistleblower goes on. I know the federal government, like the minister, has continued saying there was no criminal intent and nothing was found, but I think the committee would agree that they're not to be trusted on the situation. I would happily agree to whatever the findings are by the RCMP, but I would say that I wouldn't trust that there isn't any criminality unless the RCMP is given full authority to investigate. And as we know now, the RCMP is going to do their job and going to get down to the bottom of this. When you look at this scandal, SDTC had their hands on about $100 million a year of taxpayer money to hand out to help new startup organizations, companies, bring in new sustainable type projects, new technologies, and help Canadians with bringing in some of these new technologies to deal with everything from wastewater to greenhouse gas emissions to new software programs that will help reduce waste in our homes. And yet, because of the political interference that we saw from Navdeep Bains when he was Minister of Industry, by the Order in Council appointments that were made through him by this Prime Minister and his Liberal cabinet, that we're seeing individuals come in and ultimately enrich themselves. The key problem in all this is that the SDTC executives, when they were put in as Liberal insiders, decided instead of helping out other companies, they decided to enrich themselves. They decided to help their own companies and grant themselves their own government funds, which is a complete violation and criminality of proper governance. And the Minister of Industry decided to willfully turn a blind eye, and the Liberals have been trying to cover this up ever since. So, Madam Speaker, I don't think any of us are surprised that we're here again, having to try to convince the government to come clean, to produce the documents, allow Parliament to do its work that it's elected to do, and for them to be held to account. Anything else that we're seeing here is simply called a cover-up.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And what is very, very clear is that for the Conservative Party of Canada, this is nothing but a game. And that is the truth. Even if you listen to what the member opposite is saying, his virtual at his conclusions, he says, well, let's just call the election. And then he went with the 4 slogans or the 4 bumper stickers. Madam Speaker, the issue here before us is to allow it to go to Procedure and House Affairs Committee. Instead of that, the Conservatives want to filibuster it. The issue in terms of the content is if we ignore what the RCMP and the Auditor General have said, that they are highly concerned about the tactic that the Conservative Party is using, Madam Speaker, then I could understand why it is that they would be pushing for it. There is no justification. Let the Standing Committee deal with it. Why play the game? The people that are paying the price of this Conservative game is Canadians.
For South Creek into Lake Eastmont.
Madam Speaker, what we have is a member from Winnipeg North, once again, up here, working as the government's mouthpiece to deflect, delay, dither, and essentially trying to make false arguments. The RCMP and the Auditor General has never said anything of the sort, naming any party. You know, and that's what is complete misinformation coming from the member. We need to also understand that Parliament is the supreme power in this country. And as the rules state, as our Constitution dictates, there is nothing that we undertake here will be any way impeding an investigation done by the RCMP. I'm glad to see the RCMP is investigating. You know, one of our slogans, you want to talk about the slogan? One slogan is stop the crime. Right. And here we have the Liberals being complicit in a crime and helping up with the cover-up of the illegal activities of SDTC Board of Directors.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-les-Basques. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened closely to my colleague's speech. Our party agrees with the question of privilege today in that we believe that the government needs to be more transparent and give us the information so we can take decisions and have more accountability from this government. That is our role. However, when I listen to my colleague, the way he talks, you'd think that the Conservative Party has never had any problems, any lack of integrity, but we should remember that the motto of Quebec is, I remember. But we should remember that the Conservative Party, when it was in power, well, we know that in 2009, a former Canadian diplomat who had information about Afghan detainees who might be tortured, do we remember that? We know that this was important, not negligible at all, and yet the Harper government at the time refused to grant access to documents. And there was a question of privilege, like today. But the Harper government refused to have an independent inquiry. And the Speaker of the House at the time finally authorized that the documents be transferred because everything had been redacted. So I'd like my colleague to explain why is it that when the Conservatives are in opposition, they claim to be masters of transparency, and yet how can it be that Canadians can trust them given their disastrous record?
Eastman.
Well, it's interesting to listen to a colleague from the Bloc defend Liberal corruption. To answer his question on the Afghan detainees, because I was here during that time, so the government does have the power to limit access on things that affect national security and national defense. The SDTC has nothing at all to do with anything other than Liberal embarrassment. So on the Afghan detainee thing, we did put in place a process that allowed members to actually look at those secret documents and report back if they saw anything there that fulfilled any of the allegations that were being made by other parties. And you know, Stephen Dion and Laurie Hahn spent months going through thousands and thousands of pages of classified top secret documents on the activity of the Canadian Armed Forces as it referred to Afghan detainees, and they came back with a nil report. There was no evidence other than allegations that were made by partisan interests. I would also say that the rules are clear on this as well, that in Bosque Gagnon, that the House, as well as the Speaker, will recognize when there is information that could hurt the overall national security of the country. So I would say that the argument being brought forward from my friend in the Bloc doesn't hold water.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I got a comment real quick from my honourable colleague, because it was kind of rich, I thought, with the parliamentary secretary talking about filibustering when he's been up speaking on this very same motion and taking up time in the debate. But my question to the member from Selkirk Interlake Eastman is that I talked to my father, so many Canadians that are so worried about this lack of transparency, this waste of taxpayers' dollars, and they just want to know where their money is, and that they're so tired of the corruption with the current government. And I'd like the member just to comment on how important it is to restore trust in our democratic institutions, in our government, and the importance of that. And by covering things up, this government is continuing to tear down our democratic institutions.
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Madam Speaker, I thank my friend from Bruce Grey Owen Sound for his question. And, you know, even the Deputy Minister of Industry is also saying that this money that was taken potentially criminally, but illegitimately, by the Liberal insiders at SDTC should be paid back. We haven't heard that from the Liberals at all. You know, and on the issue of transparency, the Liberals, if they want to be transparent, they could turn those documents over today. But no, they would rather sit here. And as you mentioned, you know, the Liberal member from Winnipeg North, who has spoken more words in this chamber than all the rest of us combined, is the biggest person that filibusters in this place. And, you know, as I've said, he has the gift for the gab, but nobody has spoken so much but has said so little.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the really great intervention here today and sort of laying out the timelines of what has occurred in this corruption and in this scandal. And you know what I want to ask the member, and he did touch some of this in his intervention, is with respect to Parliament being supreme. I mean, we do have the will of Parliament, and the government is not fulfilling the will of Parliament. So they're really discounting the authority and the will that us as parliamentarians have given the government direction on. So how does this put question into people's mind as to the functioning of our Parliament when the government is not following the will directed of Parliament?
Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, Madam Speaker, I couldn't agree more than with my colleague and friend from Kelowna Lake Country. You know, Canadians are concerned about transparency. They're concerned about the attack on democratic institutions. And when you have the behavior by the Liberal government of cover-ups, of corruption, and continuing bringing more polarization within this House because they refuse to comply with an order from the Speaker, the democratically elected Speaker of the Democratic House of Commons, of course they're going to question whether or not the House of Commons, our Parliament, our democracy is at risk. And so, again, Madam Speaker, I can't stress this enough, that the Liberals have a choice here. They can either continue to cover up their corruption, they can continue to try to talk this out, but they should actually do the right thing, which is comply with the order of the House so that they aren't found in a violation of privilege. And if they are so concerned about it, turn the question that we'll have and the chance to vote on the prima facie case of privilege into a confidence motion so that we can actually have an election to end this attack on our democratic institutions.
Debate, the honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Speaker. I begin my intervention with a quote. It's hard not to feel disappointed in your government when every day there's a new scandal. Speaker, these are the prophetic words of the Honourable Member for Papineau, our current Prime Minister of Canada. And how true those words ring today. After 9 years of scandal, corruption, and Liberal entitlement, the business of the House has been put on hold to discuss a new scandal of monumental proportions, the Green Slush Fund. This government didn't like the fact that the former chair of Sustainable Development Technology Canada, or SDTC, was being publicly critical of their agenda. So they fired him and replaced him with one of their friends. This replacement was known to the government as holding blatant conflicts, as she had interests in companies receiving funding from CDTC. The PMO, PCO, and the minister were warned about these conflicts and the risks involved, but they appointed her anyway. The new chair went on to create an environment where conflicts of interest are tolerated and managed by board directors. What ensued was the creation of a slush fund for Liberal insiders. The Auditor General found the SDTC gave out $390 million taxpayer dollars in inappropriate contracts. This included $58 million to 10 projects that couldn't account for an environmental benefit or the development of green technology. In 180 cases, it included $334 million to projects in which board members held a conflict of interest. All the while, senior Industry Canada officials witnessed these conflicts but did not intervene. The Auditor General herself placed the blame directly on the industry minister, who did not sufficiently monitor the contracts that were being given out. The minister was going further than that. He was actively covering up the existence of these shady deals. Where he failed, this side of the House attempted to deliver some form of accountability for taxpayer money. Before adjourning for the summer, this House adopted a motion calling for documents related to SDTC to be turned over to the RCMP for review. At no point in the motion did it say that the instructions were optional. At no point did it instruct the government to redact information. And as you know, Speaker, the House enjoys the absolute and unbound power to order the production of documents, period. You found that this government's refusal to properly comply with the House order constituted a breach of privilege. That's our government. This wasn't a simple mistake by this NDP Liberal government. It was a calculated maneuver to avoid the discovery of any potential criminal activity that may have occurred under this government's watch. The SDTC whistleblower had suggested as much. They admitted that the Auditor General's investigation only scraped the surface, and if her investigation was focused on the real intent of those transactions, of course they would find criminal activity. And Speaker, thank goodness, breaking news yesterday, the RCMP has announced that they will be investigating, and of course they have full authority to substantiate any criminal activities that occurred within this organization. The fact that the NDP Liberals have tried to cover them up and prevent Parliament from shining a light on these transactions is a serious, serious indictment of their disdain for our democratic system. For the sake of our country and our reputation around the world, I wish the Green Slush Fund was the only case of corruption and disrespect for Parliament. Now it's been two speakers who have ordered the government to produce documents requested by this House, by this Parliament, and on both occasions, Liberals have failed to do so. The former Speaker found that the Liberals breached parliamentary privilege when they refused to produce House-ordered documents regarding the transfer of Ebola and Henipah viruses from the Winnipeg lab to the Wuhan Institute of Virology, and the subsequent revocation of security clearances of 2 Chinese nationals. For the Prime Minister, the Conservatives wanted to know why 2 scientists with deep connections to the Chinese military were even able to obtain high-level Canadian security clearances and conduct work with dangerous viruses. What was this government's reaction? They thumbed their noses at Parliament. Conservatives ensured that the President of the Public Health Agency was called to the bar of the House of Commons to be reprimanded by the Speaker, something that this Parliament has not had happen in over 100 years. Also related to the pandemic was when the Prime Minister decided to use it for his own partisan gain. Canadians did not want an election in 2021, but he decided to call one anyways. based on differences of opinion between the Liberals and Conservatives on how the pandemic could be managed, and he thought he could wedge Canadians. For the Prime Minister, it was his way or the highway. The Prime Minister rolled the dice, and Canadians said no way. He failed to get a majority, but destroyed so many people's lives in the process. He verbally abused, wrongfully accused, and denies culpability for the physical, the mental, and financial harms inflicted on Canadians. He realized, actually, that he couldn't make COVID vaccines his supposed ticket to a majority government if our Canadian Armed Forces members were not fully vaccinated, and so ordered our serving members, who were put through a horrific process of mandates, restrictions, and punishment, which left our ranks depleted, our men and women in uniform demoralized, and many seriously injured. The ramifications of his decisions will be felt in our armed forces for years to come. Yeah. Like a mantra, Liberals continually said over on that side of the floor that every decision that they were making throughout the pandemic was rooted in science. And they depended on medical professionals because they themselves were not. But here too, they went over the heads of all parliamentarians, over the head of the Speaker, and even the professional House of Commons nurse by denying members of this House the ability to do their jobs on behalf of their constituents in this place. When it came to vaccination status and precinct access, they pushed aside the medical professional, the nurse. The Speaker ruled that she was the only one with a professional medical authority to make public health decisions for members of Parliament and House of Commons staff. The Speaker also ruled that the Board of Internal Economy had overstepped its mandate in its vaccine requirements in this place. And that is when this Prime Minister, for overt personal political purposes, blatantly overrode the scientifically supported public health decisions of the House medical professional and took his own Liberal Speaker to court for daring to do his job without partisan political interference. And then there's a time I'll never forget, the first debate that I participated in that sought to remove the government's accountability to this House. It was in regard to the environmental framework. The bill sought to give sweeping power to the minister and accountability to an advisory board. Today, with the Green Slush Fund, we're certainly hearing how good that works out for us when one minister has a little bit too much of himself. Somewhat alarmed over this, I questioned the freshly minted member from West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country, about this board. Like, what was it going to look like? How many would be on it? Where were they going to come from? And what would their credentials be to give Canadians confidence? What would their mandate be? How long would they serve? Questions like that. Well, the member could not wait to rise and say, the board's already been chosen. With debate barely initiated in this House, the deed was already done. Speaker, from the Green Slush Fund to this government's management of the pandemic, to the obsession with appointing oversight bodies with little or no accountability to Parliament, these Liberals have a very unhealthy tendency to take more and more rights and responsibilities away from opposition in the House and giving more and more power to ministers and outside governing bodies that are not accountable to this place. In September of 2016, within his very first year of winning the incredible honor and the privilege to be first servant, Prime Minister, first servant to Canadians, this Prime Minister said, and I'm quoting him here, this is at the beginning of serving this place and serving Canadians, quote, there is no core identity, no mainstream in Canada, and he concluded that he sees Canada as the first post-national state. I don't think he went to Canadians on that. These are all ideologies, behaviors, conscious decisions that are made by this government, made by this Prime Minister, to obscure and deny the depth of their political corruption. These are decisions that are made with no regard for what is best for Canada. Parliament is just an inconvenience for this Prime Minister, and it always has been. Only common sense Conservatives will end the NDP Liberal corruption. We will end their attack on Canada's sovereignty, on our institutions, on our way of life, on our democracy and rule of law, and we, on behalf of Canadians, the Conservative Party of Canada, will get the answers that Canadians deserve. They are asking for answers, and they want them. This member from Papineau and every member of this NDP Liberal government has absolutely failed in their duty to be accountable to Canadians, and Canadians have had enough. We keep hearing about, well, we need to listen to Canadians. Believe me, Madam Speaker, we have. They only have one thing that is absolutely top of mind, and that is to remove this Prime Minister and his corrupt government. Taxes are up, way up. Costs are up, way up to where Canadians cannot afford the basic things in life, and they are struggling. Crime is up, like over 100% in so many areas. What they are doing to this country is so regressive. It's regressive. It's not progressive. It is regressive. It is destroying our nation. And Canadians are saying their time is up. The vast majority of Canadians want a carbon tax election, and for them, we'll bring it home.
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I get it. The member personally doesn't like the Prime Minister. And if you listen to what it is that she's talking about, she's using the issue of so-called corruption or scandals as a way to express a great deal of frustration that the member has towards the Prime Minister. But let me remind the member that Stephen Harper, and I made reference to this earlier today, when you talk about scandals, Stephen Harper and the Conservative government takes it by a country mile. We can talk about the anti-terrorism scandal. We can talk about the Phoenix scandal, the G8 spending scandal, the ETS scandal, the F-35 scandal, the Senate scandal, the multiple election scandals. These are all things in which her holier-than-thou Conservative Party, with their leader, Stephen Harper, were deeply engaged in. And unfortunately, it wasn't until the latter couple years that Stephen Harper actually came up with the ethics commissioner, because he was so pathetic when he was the Prime Minister that he had to try to justify that he does have ethics. That's one of the reasons why he brought it into place a couple of years before he actually left, or I should say was kicked out of office. I'm wondering if she has any thoughts in terms of how unethical the Conservative government was, and how the Stephen Harper drove the economy, in particular our manufacturing industry, into the economy, and so many other things that motivated Canadians to kick Stephen Harper out of office.
The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I'm a mom, and I'm a grandma. It's awesome, isn't it? It is. But you know what? I can guarantee that everyone in this house that when one of my kids was out of line, I didn't let them try and redirect, because this government is in power. And I can assure the member across the floor, every Canadian is hypersensitive now and hyper-aware to the shenanigans of this government. I know that in this place that we can't say that people lie. I think that is the one thing that we will never truly represent Canadians in this place when that is allowed. And to the extent that it happens, it means that debate in this House is not real. And what came out of that member's mouth was not accurate. But what they are doing clearly is, because they are before their own speaker, they are being challenged by the RCMP left and right and being investigated because they are doing things untruthfully. When you can stand in this place and say those things, I know that it is just reinforcing in the hearts and minds of Canadians that this Liberal government has got to go.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for the speech. There was a request that documents be given to the RCMP, but the RCMP has the ability to seek information and receive it if it wishes in the context of investigations. But this House only has power through the chair or through the recommendations of committees. The role that we have as opposition MPs is different from the role of the RCMP. Our role is to hold the government to account. Our role is to get information for the public, but our role is different from anything in a criminal context where the RCMP could be involved. So could my colleague speak about the importance of political parties in the House and also about the fact that the government is not currently giving us what we need in order to do our role properly?
Yes, we have the privilege and the responsibility in this place to call for those documents, to demand those documents. And that is what we are doing here in requiring this government to stop digging in its heels and pretend that they don't have to respond the way that every other government has needed to respond in these kinds of circumstances. I'm sorry, but there's no way that we should ever let up on them being required to do what they have been demanded to do by this House.
Honourable Member for Windsor West.
In April of 2010, then Speaker Peter Milliken ruled with regards to the Afghan detainee documents that the Harper government would not release at that time. We had a series of different interventions from diplomats and other whistleblowers and so forth, and Parliament then had a motion pass, and then the Speaker ruled on that in 2010. To my colleague, why was there not an attempt to correct this behavior from the Conservative government at that time under Harper, so we didn't have to relive what we're reliving right now? Because if we actually would have followed through with recommendations and we would have followed through with the path forward that the then House of Commons wanted to go and the Speaker was ruling by Milliken, we wouldn't be in this situation. So we're here. And what took place on the Conservative benches from that time when we actually had the Milliken response and decision to then the end of their government record and not cleaning up this fiasco where we can't get the documents that they actually seek today, that we seek and the Bloc seeks as well?
Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Well, I thank the member for the question. However, I know that it was already asked, and my fellow colleague who serves as our Shadow Minister for Defence gave a very accurate response to that question. And when it comes to our armed forces, believe me, it is very important in my heart and mind as well. And let's face the facts. An election was run on that issue, and we won.
The Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to ask a question to put a little more detailed flavor on this so people watching understand. The handpicked chair of SDTC, Annette Verschuren, handpicked by the Prime Minister, was put in place after the previous chair complained about the government. She tried to get $6.8 million for the Verschuren Centre at Cape Breton University from the slush fund, which she chaired. The investment committee said, oh no, that's a conflict, but guess what the investment committee said? The investment committee said, we'll use the employees here to help you get the money elsewhere. So the chair actually used the employees of the Green Slush Fund to get a further $10 million for the Verschuren Centre from Industry Canada and ACOA. And that's the least of the corruption. But that's a very specific instance of what these Liberals are trying to cover up with their hand-picked chair. So I'd like to ask the member what she thinks about that and why they're trying to prevent those documents from going to the RCMP.
Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Well, I thank my colleague for the question and apologize to some degree for not focusing as much as perhaps I should have on the Green Slush Fund, because it is a story unto itself that shows just the depth of inappropriateness, I don't know which words to use to describe what these people are willing to do to fill their own pockets and the pockets of those that are part of their elite group. It is inappropriate. We need to do what is right in this place. Canadians are sick and tired of this government not caring about Canadians, as our Prime Minister has said. It's all about him. It's all about their decisions about the future of our country, and they are destroying it with their own criminal activities, and it's beyond the pale. There's nowhere to put it.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Parkland. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Yes. Sturgeon River Parklands, yes.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak, Madam Speaker. And I know some members of this House will remember, those who were here in 2004, my former mentor and predecessor, Member of Parliament John Williams, who was the chair of the Public Accounts Committee during the ad scam scandal. And I know everyone will be very sad to hear that John sadly passed away this past summer. However, John always told me in our many meetings together that one of the things that separates developed, successful countries like Canada has been is having accountability. For him, that was his go-to word, accountability. And I wonder if the member can talk to us about what happens when we don't have accountability, when governments are not held accountable. In fact, John founded an organization called Global Organization of Parliamentarians Against Corruption so that we could bring accountability across the world to all of these nations where corruption was rampant. Can the member tell us what happens when parliamentarians don't take a stand and hold governments accountable when they're doing corrupt things? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable member for Yorkton Melville, very brief answer.
Okay, well, I really do appreciate the comments and the question. The truth of the matter is, if we do not hold these people to account, Canadians will suffer even more than they already are.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Regina Westcott.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. What a sad state of affairs we've seen this week from the Liberals. Here we are engaging in what should be a serious conversation about a pressing issue, only to hear the members opposite say, but what about them? They did something worse. The old political tactic of whataboutism, the ultimate escape hatch for avoiding accountability. It's become the go-to response by the Liberals during the course of this debate. Let's step back and look at the big picture. A government gets caught red-handed in a scandal. It's clear, undeniable, and the public deserves an explanation. What happens next? Well, we don't get an apology or even a hint of responsibility. Instead, we get a well-rehearsed, but what about the other party? They try to change the subject to someone else's wrongdoing, as if two wrongs somehow make a right. Whataboutism is the political equivalent of the schoolyard comeback, I know you are, but what am I? How childish, Madam Speaker. This attitude of avoiding the tough questions by pointing fingers elsewhere is nothing new. It's been happening for years across all political spectrums. But under this Liberal government, it seems to have sunk to a new low, a strategy deployed to muddy the waters and confuse the public. Why talk about real problems when you can play the blame game instead? Why address policy failures when you can just drag your opponents into the mud with you? We stand here today, once again, facing this Liberal government that will do everything humanly possible to avoid transparency. The Liberal government's pattern of withholding crucial documents and hiding from parliamentary scrutiny is not just a betrayal of democracy, it's an outright assault on the accountability that every Canadian citizen deserves. The present case involving Sustainable Development Technology Canada, or the Green Slush Fund, serves as only the latest example of a long series of maneuvers by the Liberals to avoid accountability. Here we have a Speaker of the House ruling that the Liberal government violated the powers of the House by refusing to provide documents related to this fund. This blatant refusal to cooperate with Parliament represents an alarming trend of deception. What are they hiding? What could possibly be so damning in these documents that they would rather violate the very principles of parliamentary oversight than let the truth be seen? The arrogance of this behavior cannot be overstated. Time and time again, when faced with tough questions, the Liberal government shifts the goalposts, stonewalls, or when absolutely cornered, throws up their hands and gives vague, non-committal responses. They've forgotten they serve the Canadian people, not their own political interests. What makes this evasion all the more ridiculous is the government's attempts to put a green spin on it. Sure, they grossly mismanaged public funds to shovel money to their friends. Sure, they were involved in corruption, but at least it was green corruption. This seems to be their argument. At least it was some nice environmentalist who got away with the cash. The absurdity of this argument is lost on no one, yet somehow the Liberals seem to believe that this passes as an acceptable response. And yet, despite how laughable and immature the Liberals' whataboutism is, they are unrelenting in their use of it. We have heard Liberal speaker after Liberal speaker stand up this week and waste the House's time with history lessons and other distractions that have nothing to do with the issue we are dealing with here and now. Their response has turned this debate into a competition of who did worse rather than who can do better. This attitude is not just disappointing, it's dangerous. It promotes a culture of deflection where no one is held accountable because, well, someone else did something bad too. It undermines trust in our leaders and institutions because it suggests that as long as someone else is doing worse, then nothing needs to change. What a sad state of affairs for the Liberal Party, Madam Speaker. The party that waltzed into government with fine slogans about sunny ways and running the most transparent government in history now hides and cowers behind the excuse that, well, at least the other guys were worse. What makes that attitude so much sadder, Madam Speaker, is that it's not even true. By any metric you want to choose, by taxpayers' dollars wasted, or by the length of time these schemes were running, the number of ethics violations incurred, by any metric you can come up with, the level of corruption by this Liberal government is in a shameful class all by itself. When this government first came to power, one of their slogans was, "Canada is back." A slogan that reflects the typical entitled Liberal Party attitude that the nation of Canada and the Liberal Party are the same thing, and the Liberals are Canada's natural governing party. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, if you go through life with that attitude, then it becomes easy to rationalize stealing from the public purse. Why not use the taxpayers' money for your own benefit? To put it another way, as far as the Liberals are concerned, the taxpayers' money is the Liberals' money. Nowhere has the Liberal attitude of entitlement been more obvious than in the present issue of the Liberals' Green Slush Fund. So let's take a closer look at this most recent incarnation of Liberal greed, corruption, and insider cronyism. Sustainable Development Technology Canada, or SDTC, is a program that was supposed to be about protecting our environment, fostering innovation, and creating a sustainable future. But what has it become? It has become the Liberals' Green Slush Fund. The Auditor General's report, released earlier this year, is a damning indictment of SDTC and the entire Liberal government's mismanagement of public funds. $334 million over 186 cases to projects in which board members held a conflict of interest. A staggering $58 million was handed out to ineligible projects. What were these projects? Some of them didn't develop a single new technology. Others made outlandish claims about their environmental benefits that couldn't stand up to the slightest scrutiny. Yet they were funded anyway. And let's not forget, Madam Speaker, that the Auditor General looked at only a sample of SDTC transactions. A sample. She looked at roughly half of the transactions and found that 82% of them were conflicted. We can easily surmise that the remaining cases were just as conflicted and that sums of money involved were hundreds of millions of dollars more. This is about more than just paperwork errors or poor oversight. This is about a culture of corruption that has seeped into the highest levels of this Liberal government. This is about a Prime Minister who promised transparency, but instead gave us secrecy. A Prime Minister who said that his government would work for all Canadians, but instead has set up a system where only his friends and Liberal insiders get ahead. Liberal insiders at the trough. That is what this program is all about. How could this happen? How could a program designed to fund innovation and environmental protection be so utterly corrupted? Unraveling those questions starts by looking at the person at the center of this scandal, Annette Verschuren, the chair of the SDTC board, who oversaw much of this disaster. A person who voted to give millions of dollars to her own companies. Why would she not recuse herself? Someone with such a long history of corporate governance must have had at least some glancing knowledge of the concept of conflict of interest. The Ethics Commissioner himself has called out this blatant conflict of interest for years, but unfortunately it went unpunished. We now know that Verschuren's company and our store directly benefited from these funds. And this is not a one-off event. It's a symptom of a system that has been so utterly compromised by greed and self-interest. When whistleblowers tried to bring these issues to light, what did they get? Well, some of them got fired, some of them got silenced, and some of them got a toxic workplace environment where honesty is punished and corruption is rewarded. Madam Speaker, let's review some of the whistleblower testimony from committee. Quote, just as I was always confident that the Auditor General would confirm the financial mismanagement at SDTC, I remain equally confident that the RCMP will substantiate the criminal activities that occurred within the organization, unquote. In other statements, the whistleblower said, quote, the true failure of the situation stands at the feet of our current government, whose decision to protect wrongdoers and cover up their findings over the last 12 months is a serious indictment of how our democratic systems and institutions are being corrupted by political interference. It should never have taken 2 years for the issues to reach this point. And what should have been a straightforward process turned into a bureaucratic nightmare that allowed SDTC to continue wasting millions of dollars and abusing countless employees over the last year, unquote. And finally, the whistleblower went on to say, I think that the current government is more interested in protecting themselves and protecting the situation being a public nightmare, and they would rather protect wrongdoers and financial mismanagement than have to deal with the situation like this SDTC and the public sphere, unquote. Well, isn't that the truth, Madam Speaker? Isn't that exactly what we've seen and heard from Liberal members opposite with their incessant whataboutism? One of the pieces of testimony from the Ethics Committee from last year that I found quite puzzling came from Doug McConaughey, and Assistant Deputy Minister at Innovation, Science and Economic Development, or ISED for short, who saw the handling of the whistleblower complaints against SDTC. In a recorded conversation with a whistleblower, Mr. McConaughey stated, quote, "There's a lot of sloppiness and laziness. There is some outright incompetence. And, you know, the situation is just kind of untenable at this point." And in the recorded conversation, he went on to say, and I think this comment coming from a senior, experienced civil servant was especially relevant. He said, quote, "It was free money. That is almost a sponsorship scandal level kind of giveaway," unquote. But then, in the committee, after the Liberal bosses had talked to him and provided him with his new talking points, Mr. McConaughey made the following statement that I found both surprising and sad. Quote, "I was too transparent, too trusting, and I deeply regret any impact this has had on the government, SDTC, and ISED," unquote. Too transparent. Too transparent. Yes, apparently by the standards set by the Liberal Party, the government should be transparent only to a point. Their attitude seems to be, well, we'll make a bit of a show of being honest and open, but let's not get carried away. Let's be clear. This is not just an accident. This is not a bureaucratic mistake. This is an apparatus of greed built to serve Liberal insiders, their friends, and their allies. And what about the real innovators? What about the hardworking Canadians who play by the rules, who try to get ahead through hard work and good ideas? They are left out in the cold, watching as Liberal friends get their snouts in the government trough. Madam Speaker, since its inception, SDTC has received $2.1 billion in federal funding. Under the present Liberal government, the most recent agreement outlined $722 million in funding through 2028. But instead of using that money to build cleaner, greener futures, they've used it to line the pockets of their wealthy friends and business associates. Madam Speaker, at the end of the day, after all of their carbon taxes and all of their anti-oil and anti-gas policies and all of their environmental rhetoric, the only thing that is greener is the wallets of their friends. Let's go over those numbers again to try to keep things in perspective. $58 million that we know about given to ineligible projects. $334 million that we know about in blatant conflicts of interests. Those are the facts, Madam Speaker. The shameful, appalling, caught red-handed, hand in the cookie jar facts. Yet, we have not even heard a single Liberal member across the aisle offer to the Canadian people anything that even remotely resembles an apology. Not so much as a syllable of accountability or regret, just an endless stream of excuses, evasions, and whataboutism. Madam Speaker, this is the very definition of Liberal insiders at the trough. This is how they operate and think. They take care of their own. They make sure that Liberals get rich while ordinary Canadians struggle to make ends meet. And then, when they get caught, what do? Almost like a reflex, they bring up one or two mistakes made by Stephen Harper from 12 or 15 years ago. Madam Speaker, Canadians deserve better. The Liberals' response has been unacceptable, especially when we are talking about hundreds of millions of dollars of taxpayers' money thrown away on projects that should have never been funded in the first place. This green slush fund scandal is about more than just money. It's about integrity. It's about a Liberal government that has lost its way, that has forgotten who they work for. We need real accountability. We need a government that works for the people, not for the insiders, not for the lobbyists, and not for the rich and well-connected. The Liberals will tell you that this is all just a misunderstanding, that these issues are being fixed. But we've heard that before. We heard it after the SNC-Lavalin scandal, we heard it after the We Charity scandal, we heard it after the ArriveCan app scandal, and we are hearing it now. This is a pattern of corruption and greed, a pattern of Liberal insiders at the trough taking whatever they can get and leaving the rest of us to pay the bill. Madam Speaker, Canadians have had enough. It's time for a change. It's time for a government that puts Canadians first, that makes Canada work for people who work, a government that believes in fairness, transparency, and accountability. We cannot allow this culture of corruption to continue. We cannot allow the Liberals to keep putting their friends and insiders ahead of the Canadian people. Let's send a message to this government that enough is enough. Let's take back control of our tax dollars. Let's demand accountability. And let's make sure that the next time there's a program like SDTC, it's working for the people, not for insiders at the trough. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, putting the numerous false accusations or misinformation and the amount of rhetoric that's in that speech, whoever wrote it, I have no idea, but no doubt they'll get a gold star from the Conservative spin doctors. I can tell you that when this issue first came to being, it was the Liberal government that addressed the arm's length. Arm's length means it's not the government that runs the fund. The government provides the fund. An arm's length group administers the program. And when the government found that there were serious allegations, 2 internal audits were done. The Auditor General also has done a report on it. The Standing Committee has been looking at it to try to give the impression this is all about Liberal insiders and corrupt Liberals is a bunch of, and I'll let you fill in the blank, Madam Speaker. And I think it does a disservice for those individuals that would actually be listening and believing the type of things that you were saying on the record. My question is, the motion is saying that we should grab everything we have and give it directly to the RCMP. That is very much something new to the House of Commons. Because we have the power, we can do that. Just because we have the power doesn't mean we have the right to walk on the Charter of Rights of individuals. Shame on the member.
Jaina Waskan.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. I didn't quite hear a question in there, so let me just say that the oldest trick in the book is to set up an arm's length agency and appoint all of your friends and insiders to the board who all have conflicts of interest, and then that gives politicians the ability to say, well, it wasn't me, it was all my friends whom I appointed. As for the second part of the honourable member's statement, good people cannot stand idly by and let all of this corruption and criminal activity go on. When you have honest, hard-working civil servants who come to work every day and do an honest day's work for an honest day's pay, and they see all of these corrupt Liberals helping themselves to taxpayers' money, they cannot...
Yeah, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, he's giving the hand gesture all these corrupt Liberals. I can tell the member I am not corrupt, nor do I believe any of my Liberal colleagues are corrupt.
No, it's... let's start slinging from one side to the other because that doesn't arrange the situation. But absolutely, I would advise the honourable member to avoid calling the benches Liberal, all of them. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I can assure the honourable member my hand gestures were not directed at him personally. I do get a bit animated with my hands sometime. But where was I? Oh, yeah, so honest people can't stand by and let criminal activity happen. When there are criminal activities, the police have to be called in. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Bay James EU. Madam Speaker, we remember in 2005 the AG produced a report that was devastating about accountability in foundations. And the government even transferred rather, 9 billion to 15 foundations, including SDTC. It ended up being a cancer, and the government, sorry, I'm having a hard time pronouncing this because it's crazy, they are treating public funds like monopoly money. It doesn't make sense, Madam Speaker. So if you become a government, what will you do to avoid these type of strategies and to ensure you're vigilant with respect to what's going on right now? I'd like to remind the honourable member, I can't become a government if she's speaking through me. The honourable member for Regina. I'd like to thank my colleague from the bloc for her question. And I have to say that, yes, of course, it's a big problem that people in this country have lost trust in their government and in our democratic institutions. And I think it's a real problem that needs to be improved. But the first thing to do is to change the government, and that's why we need a new conservative government after the next elections. Thank you.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And there are many accusations flying across the floor, and one may forgive me that I want to not say it's necessarily an epithet, but I'm trying to figure out if Annette Verscharan, if we can find any evidence that she's in fact tied to Liberals or was a Liberal or is ever a Liberal. I've gone through Wikipedia. I've gone through everything I can find about her. She was obviously, and I do know as a Cape Bretoner, I won't say former, once a Caper, always a Caper, that she was really highly regarded as a Cape Breton girl who was the daughter of Dutch immigrants, worked hard on a farm all her life. But I looked through her political connections. She was named by Stephen Harper to help in the Economic Advisory Council in the financial crisis of 2008. She was awarded Canadian Business Hall of Fame in 2019. She was also an advisor to Brian Mulroney. She seems to have been on all sides of the political fences, and she was also on the board of directors of Natural Resources Limited, of course, an oil sands company, which also received money from STDC. She's on the board of the Ontario Energy Agency. Clearly, she didn't understand the concept, and this is mind-boggling for someone with that kind of business career. As chair of the board of SDTC, she didn't seem to understand that she was in flagrant conflict of interest. There's no question about that. So my question, and her organization, I heard it thrown around that they got millions. As far as I can see on the record, it's unacceptable if they got a nickel while she was chair of the board, mind you, but they got about $200,000 from SDTC. My point is here, she's not without getting punished in all this. Her reputation is in tatters. Still, one wants to know more. But I don't see this as a case where a board set up under Jean Chrétien, run under Stephen Harper with the same board structure, is suddenly the entire thing is now condemned as a Liberal slush fund. It certainly was mismanaged. She was chair of the board when flagrant conflict of interest occurred, but I don't see anything that ties her specifically to one party or another.
Honourable member for Regina West Canada.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for her intervention, and I would say all the more reason to hand these documents over to the RCMP so they can do a thorough investigation to get to the bottom of this. But I would say that someone as experienced as this individual should have known better and should have known that there was a conflict of interest and should have recused herself from the situation. And if she didn't, there should have been the oversight in place to make sure that did indeed happen. And that is why it is so frustrating when we have a program like this that was, by all accounts, set up with good intentions many years ago to promote research and development into new technologies and environmental solutions. It is so frustrating when all of that goodwill gets thrown out the window and it turns into a slush fund for Liberal insiders. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Speaking about board members, there is one board member that received, her company, Psycho Capital, received $250 million in contracts. And there is a Liberal minister, actually the Minister for Environment and Climate Change, that was a lobbyist for them and met with the government 25 times the year before getting elected in 2019. So this is of concern to us. I wonder if the member could make a few comments on this. Great question.
The Honourable Member for Regina Wascana.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. And the simple answer is yes. I don't understand how the present Environment Minister could have thought it was possibly acceptable, given his connections in the past to these people and these organizations, for there to be such a lack of oversight and such a high degree of complacency among the individuals involved. So again, all the more reason to hand over all the documents to the RCMP, and all the more reason for there to be a complete and thorough investigation, so the people who did wrong are held account, and the people who did nothing wrong are cleared of any wrongdoing. But we cannot have that happen as long as there continues to be stonewalling and a refusal to cooperate with the RCMP. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very brief question from the Honourable Member for Nepean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I agree with everything what the member from Saanich Gulf Island said. I just want to ask the member, is he aware that the person at the center of this issue is also a Conservative Party donor?
The Honourable Member for Regina Wascana.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the short answer is no. I mean, I have not looked into the past donations of these particular individuals, but I don't feel that I should have to. I feel that this House should hand the matter over to the RCMP and let them get to the bottom of it, as should have been done quite a few days ago.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. As you know, on June 10th, this House passed a motion, a Conservative motion to order the government, SDTC, Sustainable Development Technology Canada, and the Auditor General to table with the Parliamentary Law Clerk within 14 days certain documents that would be transferred to the RCMP. And the Bloc Québécois feels that since the documents were not delivered as requested, this is a breach of privilege. On September 26th, the Speaker gave a ruling saying that the question of privilege has a sufficient basis. And currently this matter to send the issue to the Procedure Committee has been debated in this House since last Friday, which has changed what is debated in the House because this is a priority matter. So our business has been monopolized by this for a week instead of debating legislation. Let me come back to the origins of this. SDTC was actually designed to mismanage public funds. There is a fatal flaw from the very beginning here. SDTC is condemned to engage in wasteful spending. Let me go back to the very beginning. In 1995, after the Quebec referendum, Ottawa was terrified and realized that the federal government was basically absent from Quebecers' lives. So the federal government decided to start engineering things to benefit itself and to the detriment of Quebec. At the time, Paul Martin was the Minister of Finance, and the President of the Treasury Board was Marcel Massé, also a former clerk of the Privy Council. And because he was very familiar with the machinery of state, he decided to change things profoundly to help Ottawa have a lot of financial leeway and to back against a wall. The goal was to ensure that Quebecers would see the federal government as their government, the government they should turn to meet their needs. And the goal here was to change their allegiance from Quebecers to Canadians. Marcel Massé was very clear about this. He said, speaking of Lucien Bouchard, Premier of Quebec at the time, he said, when Bouchard has to cut, we in Ottawa will show that we have the resources to preserve the future of social programs. That's what Marcel Massé said, remarkably enough. And he partially succeeded. The cuts to health and social services transfers 40% over 3 years, forced the government of Quebec to cut in its turn. We all remember the layoffs, the massive layoffs of nurses. The health network never completely recovered. The Parti Québécois, the independence movement, lost their progressive angle, and it was almost fatal for them. Meanwhile, Ottawa was starting to have significant surpluses. It was indecent to have such high surpluses during a period of austerity, so Ottawa decided to hide them. And that's where the idea came from to create a series of foundations. Marcel Massé decided to create a series of these, and by giving these foundations large sums, he would be able to empty the public coffers, reduce the surplus on paper, and continue to refuse increases to transfers, which would have enabled Quebec-managed services to continue. But in order for this money to disappear from the surpluses, the government couldn't control it directly. So the lack of control that we see here over public funds was not an accident. It was actually necessary for this strategy to work. In 2005, the AG at the time, Sheila Fraser, produced a devastating report. According to this report, the federal government had transferred $9 billion to 15 foundations between 1998 and 2002, which represents $17 billion today. And according to the AG, the government had no control over 7 out of these $9 billion. These foundations did various things, like offer study grants, support research projects, support infrastructure. For example, the Strategic Infrastructure Fund, which worked directly with municipalities to weaken Quebec's control, or to favor industrial innovation. The goal was to make Ottawa synonymous with the idea of the future. So SDTC, created in 2001, was part of these 15 organizations. It was one of these foundations, and so the fact that public funds were no longer under the government's control at SDTC is no accident. 19 years after that 2005 report, including 10 years of the Harper government, SDTC still exists. And this loss of control over public funds has never been fixed. And that brings us to the issue we've been debating for a week. The Conservatives want to say that this is a Liberal scandal, but actually this is a deeper problem that transcends party divisions. SDTC reveals a widespread problem within the federal government. It is a problem that has metastasized. The federal government is so incredibly ineffective. It's treating public money as if it were monopoly dollars. Meanwhile, while Ottawa runs around wasting money, Quebec is struggling to pay for its services, which is almost all of the services, by the way, that Quebecers receive. As the parliamentary budget director officer keeps telling us year after year, the cost of the services that Quebec and the provinces have to offer is increasing more quickly than their revenues. And Ottawa is charging more in taxes than what it actually needs for its own responsibilities. And the effects and consequences of this tax imbalance are severe. Quebec is in a difficult position because once it pays the bill for absolutely essential services, it no longer has financial leeway to enable Quebecers to decide for themselves on their future social, economic, and cultural societal developments. But the federal government has no such restrictions. It can do whatever it wants, keep interfering, and it doesn't feel the need to efficiently manage its programs. So the effect of this tax imbalance is that waste is inherent to the current federal system, and it extends to all aspects of this government's activities. For example, it costs 2.5 times as much to manage an employment insurance file in Ottawa than a similar file in Quebec. Or for the federal government, to issue a passport costs 4 times as much as it does for Quebec to issue a driver's license. Before transferred to Quebec, each service in the Veterans Hospital in Sainte-Anne-de-Bellevue cost 2.5 times as much than such a service would have been in a Quebec health center. If Ottawa were responsible for health services, we wouldn't have enough money for health insurance. And as we keep repeating, this is not just a Liberal problem. Waste and interference are inherent to this federal government system, no matter what party is in power. For example, in 2014, the Quebec government published an expert report on federal interventions in the health and social services sector from 2002 to 2013, which was almost entirely under the Harper government. According to this report, there were 37 federal programs that all represented interference in the area of health, and all this under the Conservatives. The actual amounts transferred were fairly low, but the level of interference was high, and people weren't getting their money's worth. This committee of experts estimated that the costs of managing these interferences was actually higher than the amount of the transfers. It cost more for the government of Quebec. It would actually have been better and more frugal to refuse the transfers. So that means this represented complete wastage of public funds. 1 billion here, 10 billion there, with no checks or balances. Ottawa, the federal government, doesn't give any direct services except to Indigenous communities and veterans, and we can see the results there. They're poor. And yet somehow it managed to hire 109,000 civil servants, additional civil servants, since 2015. Imagine if those 100,000 individuals had been hired in Quebec to work in the healthcare system, or to teach children, or to work on infrastructure. It could have represented such a huge change. But in any case, let's come back to SDTC and this recent AG report. On June 4th, the AG published her SDTC performance audit. She analyzed the organization's activities between April 2017 and December 2023. According to the report, there were serious problems of governance at the fund. There was a lack of management of conflicts of interests, and a total absence of criteria when it came to attributing the money, allocating the money. According to the AG, the board of this organization was not aware in a timely fashion of conflict of interests, and some board members continued to debate matters after they had already stated that they had a conflict of interest. The board allowed its members to self-disclose their conflicts of interest instead of having a registry. There was a registry as of 2022, but there were inconsistencies between the registry and minutes of meetings. According to the AG, there were 90 cases totaling $76 million where this conflict of interest policy was not respected. According to board members, these mistakes were actually about mistakes in the minutes, not problems with the policy. But the AG has reminded us that it is up to board members to have the minutes corrected when they're adopted. And there were also members who voted against the policy during COVID-19 payments, according to the AG. But the board members said that they have received legal advice that says the opposite. And the AG also says that the policy did not include clear directions on possible cases of apparent conflict of interest. She noted 5 cases of business or personal relationships which would give the impression that there was a conflict of interest. Now, when it comes to allocating money, the AG has noted that because these eligibility criteria were vague, some projects were deemed eligible even though they did not actually meet the fund's objective. This also led to situations where consultants were asked to provide advice on selecting projects, but that ultimately led to advice that was contradictory with what has been offered by employees of the fund because the instructions were so vague. But SDTC has replied that the AG's conclusions are not entirely correct because the documentation that she analyzed did not reflect the in-depth analyses made by SDTC. SDTC says that it engaged in due diligence on each and every project, and that external consultants' advice was integrated to their analysis. Who should we believe in all this? Madam Speaker. Now let me turn to the issue of whistleblowers. As you know, in 2022, whistleblowers stated that they were concerned about managing human resources and public funds at SDTC. Let me briefly give you an overview of what happened. According to what was published in the media, in November 2022, whistleblowers first turned to the Auditor General's office to share that they were concerned about the management of HR and public funds within SDTC. The AG suggested that they send their concerns to the Office of the Privy Council, which received a 300-page document in this regard, with allegations dating back to February 2022. And later, executives at ISED took up the matter. In November 2023, according to the media, it was made public that whistleblowers had sent recordings of a conversation where higher-ups at ISED were trying to force the government to change its approach to managing allegations about governance and management at SDTC. On the same day, the AG announced that an audit would be carried out about how SDTC was funding its sustainable development technologies within ISED. On the following day, Andrew Hayes, the deputy AG, appeared before a House of Commons committee, the Public Accounts Committee, and indicated that the Auditor General's office was still trying to determine the scope of the audit. He stated that the audit would be over by June 2024. Then on November 6th, the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry appeared before the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics, known as the Ethics Committee, to discuss allegations according to governance and fund management at SDTC. He stated that ISED had asked SDTC to take all necessary measures to carry out an in-depth review of all allegations on the management of human resources. The review was supposed to be carried out by an independent legal office, which would then share its conclusions with the minister. On November 8th, SDTC representatives appeared before the Ethics Committee: Leah Lawrence, Cheryl Urey, and Anna Verschuren, who was the chair of the board. During that meeting, Ms. Verschuren stated that she had made a motion at the SDTC board which led to increased funding to the tune of $217,000 to NR Store, a company that she has managed since 2012. She also confirmed at committee that she receives $120,000 a year in wages from that business. She stated that she moved this motion after the board asked her to, and after it had received legal opinions stating that it was not necessary to redeclare conflicts of interest that had already been reported about existing projects.
She also stated that all organizations funded by SDTC were treated the same way and received the same amount of money. On November 10th, Ms. Lawrence resigned from her position at SDTC. In the media, it was reported that she wrote in her resignation letter to SDTC, based on reports in the media from witnesses of the Commission of the House of Commons, and based on the controversy, it's clear that there has been a campaign to undermine my role and leadership. On November 17th, there was a report that revealed that Conrad van Finkelstein, Commissioner for Conflicts of Interest and Ethics, decided to look into these issues and the decisions made by Ms. Verschuren. Then on the 20th of November, she resigned from her position at SDTC. There was a statement thanking her. SDTC, in this thank you statement, said the board of directors will meet this week to assess the board's reaction to the action plan presented by ISED, Innovation, Science and Economic Development, with a view to submitting ISED's response on December 1st and to allow Canadian entrepreneurs to benefit from new funding as soon as possible. It's clear that SDTC has not always managed public funds in accordance with its legislative mandate. That was inherent to its very structure. It was structurally problematic since it was founded, in my view, as I often said. And it's also clear that the oversight by ISED did not guarantee that public money was administered based on contribution agreements and based on applicable government policy. That is the full saga, Madam Speaker. In June of this year, the House voted for a motion calling on the government to table documents within a timeline which was not respected. The government refuses to submit the requested documents. The Parliament has the power to compel the government to release documents. The only limit to this House's capacity to demand the government to produce information is this House's good judgment. It's not the government's decision. It's not about whether it wants to. So if the government doesn't respect the will of the House, then the principle of responsible government is disrespected. On June 10th, the House clearly called on the government to hand in a host of documents to the parliamentary law clerk so that the law clerk could send them to the police and to relevant authorities. The government did not follow that order, which was a breach of the privileges of this House. As I said, the only limit to the capacity of this House demanding information, it's the good judgment of this House, not the government's will to do so or not. So that's all. I'll stop for now, and I'd be happy to answer questions. Thank you very much. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lillé, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for giving us the entire timeline of the file. I sit on the Industry Committee. We heard, as a witness, not once but 3 times, Ms. Verschuren, former SDTC president. She said there was no ill will or bad intentions. She had received legal advice, that the legal advice was not good. But beyond all that, there was a serious issue that occurred. So regardless of the Board of Administration, here's my question to my colleague. As soon as there is a possibility of a conflict of interest, my colleague is very intelligent. He knows full well that to put oneself in a conflict of interest it's very easy to know when you're doing so, to know whether you are entering into a conflict of interest or not. So does he feel that these individuals were in a conflict of interest in basically all decisions they took? Thank you, the Honourable Member for Joliette. I thank my colleague for his question. That relates to a speech he made, I think it was on Thursday, about ethics. So, for example, if you're on a board and you receive a salary from yourself, what is that? That's the bare minimum. Anyone who represents a foundation who is on a board of directors, you shouldn't put yourself in a conflict of interest like that. That makes no sense. I'd also like to remind everyone of how important whistleblowers are for informing the government and the media of this situation. It's shameful that the government did not present legislation to protect whistleblowers. In fact, the Bloc Québécois presented legislation in this House to protect whistleblowers because whistleblowers play a very important role. They sound the alarm about misdeeds like that, and it's important to at least protect them.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the honourable member stated that the arm's length bodies, the foundation, 15 foundations, as he mentioned, have been created and funded by the federal government. He used the word that we lose loss of control over the funding that goes to these organizations like STDC. But later part of his speech, he referred extensively from the Auditor General's report and the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner's report on the issue related to STDC. So is it not contradictory? In fact, the Parliament has the control over the funding that goes to these foundations, to other organizations, the crown corporations, and we have the mechanism to see that it is administered properly. And when it is not done so, like in this case, there is a mechanism that kicks into process, and that is what we are dealing with.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. I thank my colleague for his excellent question. The colleague raised important issues. Thank you to the member for Nepean. What we're saying, and in fact, the former Treasury Board President, Marcel Massé, he said it too. The goal was to cut money from the provinces and keep more money for the federal government, but to hide and cover all that up through foundations. to make the money disappear from the government's balance sheets. And then the federal government could not have direct oversight of the foundations. That was the problem. That's what Sheila Fraser pointed out as the problem in 2005. And that led to austerity and cuts and fewer services for Canadians. There can be indirect validation methods after the fact, but that's not enough, according to the Bloc Québécois. These foundations manage public money. The government and its work should be accountable, but then these foundations, there are no oversight, and there can only be indirect inquiry into it after the fact, which we find inadequate. That's why we find that the foundations themselves are problematic. These foundations, which were thought up by Marcel Massé. A brief question. The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Here's my question. It will be simple. It's been about a week or two that we've been debating the question of privilege raised here in this place. We haven't been debating it for very long, but this is the result of the government's stubborn refusal to hand over the documents. Had the government submitted the documents to the House, then Parliament wouldn't be all jammed up like this. So here's my question. Why is the government ready to set its entire legislative agenda aside rather than submit the documents? The Honourable Member for Joliette in 30 seconds. Yes, I'll be quick. Well, great question. There are a few hypotheses. We have a few theories. There was an order. The government was ordered to submit documents to the House. It did not do so. Now the government cannot move forward with any of its legislation. Well, this government is tired. They've run out of ideas for legislation. So maybe they're happy to not have to present anything new because they have nothing to present. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The time set aside for this debate has expired for the day. The House will resume consideration on the privilege motion on Monday at 11 a.m. on October 7th. The member will have 4 minutes remaining of questions and answers.
Before I wish to inform the honourable members that private members' business will be suspended on that day. Comme il est 2h30,
It being 2:30, the House stands adjourned until Monday at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.